Okay, you are live.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this February 1st County Commissioners meeting. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, good morning, and again, welcome. The first thing we have on our agenda are the minutes. Gentlemen, have you had the opportunity to review? Do you have any additions or corrections?
I do not. I move that we approve the proceedings of the Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, January 25th, 2022.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, January 25th, 2022. Any discussion?
None.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Next up, we have planning. And we actually have a public hearing, a continuation. So, Kim, would you go ahead and call the roll, please?
Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay.
Here.
Commissioner Copenhaver. Here. Administrator Powers.
Here.
Attorney McLaren.
Here.
And Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for a review and determination of a proposed general plan unit development and rezoning application submitted by Ironwood Group LLC on property located at 27736 Road T, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 45.48 acres, more or less, located south of Road T, west of Highway 145, situated in Section 19, Township 37 North, Range 15 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, November 16, 2021 at 9:20 a.m. Actually, that should be today. Commissioners Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 21st day of October, 2021, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, published in the Journal on Wednesday, October 27th, 2021. This is actually a continuation from November 16th, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Sorry,
Kim.
I said that.
Okay, Don, in light of everything that's transpired in the last few weeks, where do we need to go?
And so I think I can speak to that, Commissioner. At this point, we were here today to address Ironwood's application for a plan unit development, a general plan unit development. Last week, the Commission revoked Ironwood's high impact permit and special use permit pertaining to their operation, their milling operation. In the Land Use Code, Section 3102, subsection C, says that special use permits are required for any general planned unit development as a prerequisite. And so, at this point, since Ironwood's special use permit has been revoked, then we're really in a situation where we don't even meet the summary or the first standard to issue any sort of planned unit development because there's no longer any special use permit. So, at this point today, the things that you can do, or you can deny the special use permit, and then Ironwood could certainly always reapply for the plan unit development and a special use permit along with that. Or you could conceivably continue this hearing, give them an opportunity to run a special use permit through the process. They would have to go back to planning and zoning and run it all the way through and then address it at this point in time. I would advise at this point, given where we're at, that this application for a PUD be denied, and then certainly it can always be taken up later. If the Commission so chooses, or if Ironwood still so chooses. I would go ahead and open it up for public comment because it is set for a public hearing today. So let's go ahead and run through the process. But
okay.
just so you understand, summarily, we're not there. So.
So do we actually have the applicant in the room? Okay. Well, then at this point in time, I will open it up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this application, please come forward to the podium and you may address the board at this time. Okay. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment for this session of this application hearing, and I'll move it back to the commission. Gentlemen.
I have no questions anything from planning.
We agree with Commissioner McLaren's recommendation to just deny.
Motion?
I mean, Attorney McLaren. I don't know if that's a promotion or a demotion.
So if
Attorney
there's 4 of
McLaren's
them now,
motion.
can I be the tiebreaker?
You've been the attorney before,
Well, there's that.
but not today.
Okay.
Yeah, we would recommend just to deny it.
Okay.
The fire hazard still exists, so setting up workforce housing is not in the best interest.
I would move we deny the planned unit development for and rezoning application submitted by Ironwood LLC on property located at 27736 Road T, Dolores.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to deny the application for the proposed general planned unit development and rezoning application submitted by Ironwood Group LLC on property located at 27736 Road T, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 45.4 acres more or less. Any other discussion, gentlemen?
Yeah.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that has been denied. Motion carried. Anything else from planning? Oh, I will close the public hearing.
Thank you. Just would like to welcome Commissioner Copenhaver. And I guess a brief overview of planning. I'm Don Haley, Planning Director. Background is in construction, mostly commercial, industrial, for 35 years. Been here as a planning director for 3 years. This is my assistant, Jane Duncan.
Hi, I'm Jane Duncan. I've been with the planning department for 4 years. My background is basically medical.
You got any questions or anything from us? Right. Sure. We're in here every week just about, so you'll see plenty of us. There's still a lot of people moving into the area, buying large parcels, and then they want to subdivide them to pay for them, so we'll see if that continues. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, with COVID, they're coming in and buying them up, trying to get out of the cities. So we'll see how it goes.
All right. Well, thank you, planning.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, and carry on. Okay, next on our agenda, we actually have the open public comment session. The Board of County Commissioners welcomes you to this meeting. Persons speaking during public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, or depending on the number of people wishing to speak, it may be reduced to allow all members of the public the opportunity to address the board. When addressing the board, please state your name and address for the record prior to providing your comments, and comments to individual supervisors or staff are not permitted, and participants may not yield their time to others. With that, the public comment session is open. Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public comment session of this board, and we're going to go straight into our public works. First on our agenda is Road and Bridge with Mr. Engelhardt. Good morning.
Good morning. Good.
Good to see you back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think this morning, I've got a couple things to catch up with and first off, good morning, Bill. My introduction this morning, first off, is obviously you know who I am, but we've been provided, I hope, a list of things that my background is and what I do. And if you've got any questions, I'm more happy to answer those later than others. Feel free to combine it. Okay. The first thing is our schedule for the month. I do this build on a weekly basis in the summertime, but during the winter months, we're kind of stuck with certain activities. I try to give the commissioners a general idea where we're at each month. And then as the spring comes in, we get into more day-to-day activities, week activities. This is a schedule, but it's more like 2,000 2-week schedule, what it is. So for the month of February, we're continuing to work on gravel and some roads, which we actually can now. We're roads in October, and we've been doing some of that. And we'll get crack seal operations on the roads. So that's pretty good to do crack seal repairs. And a lot of crack seal we look at is the roads that we want to try to do overlays on this next summer, whether it's chip seal or asphalt. We want to try to get it sealed up and then follow up with a chip seal program or asphalt program. So that's what we'll be doing for the month of February. Also in the blue, we do snow removal cleanup, and it just so happens that we have storm coming in this week. So we try to hit that pretty quick, right? Get snow off, get cleaned up, and then come back and follow up and bring them back and we'll clean up the roads, and then if we have a deal, we'll bring them to clean up any damage created by the snowplow. Snow plows are great, but as a reminder, they only work when the ground frozen, and we don't seem to get a lot of that anymore. So if come back and do a lot of blade cleanup afterwards.
Rob, is your mic on? People on YouTube are saying they can't hear.
There, is that better?
Yep.
Okay,
Great.
sorry.
Thanks.
Also, along this time of year, we do a lot of trimming of trees and brush. Last fall, we bought a little excavator and put a mower on it, and we reach out now and we grab that brush and stuff along the fence lines, and it's working a lot better. So we've worked completely up out of N.M.P.M this winter. Did a lot of the southern roads down and around A, B, C, and in around the landfill on Road 25 and areas like that and H, and it's working real well. Now, it's out at the Roundup District now, working the same thing out there. So that's been a big tool for us this year. We had a different mower on a different machine, and it was just, it was very awkward and hard to work with along these fence lines. So this is working real well. Plus, it gives us the ability to have a mini X to put in culverts and different things. So that's worked out well. So we're doing that this winter. And then we've got a bridge coming up, and I'll talk about that more in a minute. But some work this month we've got scheduled is it's out on Road Nancy along Alkali Creek there. And we're going to have to remove a bunch of cliff rock, sandstone, that we've got to move over to make drainage for the new bridge that's going to be built there. So we're going to try and break some of that off this month with a hoe ram and see how it works. Test the material, see if it qualifies for CDOT spec riprap. If it does, we'll save it down there. If it doesn't, we'll haul it to a storage area and use it for our own type of erosion control rock. So that's going to happen this month. So that's a basic rundown of the work that the road department's doing for the month of February. So any questions?
So just for your reference, Commissioner, since they started using this head on this excavator, when it first started, we were getting several calls that the trees were just looking like it was reached in and ground, and it truly is. However, that's not how the trees are left. They do come back and clean those up with a chainsaw, whether it be the next day or that day. And then it really defines it, and it doesn't look like it's just been grabbed. So if you do get any of those calls in your district, it's a two-step process basically, and they may not finish it all in the same day. They do come back and clean it up, and it looks very nice.
Yeah, that's a good point. Sometimes we may do the saw with the chainsaws first and then do the mowing around it, or we may not have the right crew that day, and we'll just go ahead and mow with the mower and then come back and clean up with the chainsaw. So give us a day or two to catch up one way or the other, and we'll get it back together. It isn't pretty with trees, and we've learned that from previous mowers, that trees they take a beating when you do it. Now brush and sagebrush and cattails and oak brush, it does a real nice job on. But a defined tree, we do need to clean those back up. So we've managed to avert a crisis by just getting back out there and cleaning them up, or doing it first before we mow, and that is our procedure. Yeah. So. our policy anyway, so, good point, though.
Rob, could you spend just a few seconds updating Commissioner Copenhaver on the slipping on Road G, what the next steps is, and where we are with the tribe?
Yeah, that's next on my list here, thanks. McCalmo Slide is what we call it, Commissioner. About 4 miles, I guess, west of Road 21, we have a area that's slipping away from the road. It's a big fill that the county knocked the mountain out years ago, put a fill in, and then it's trapped water over the last couple of years and began to slide on the north side of the road away from the road into McCalmo Creek. It's a horseshoe bend that's continually carrying that soils out of there. So we went in last year, and this is where the Wilson Ditch runs along parallel to that hill there, and put in, I don't know what it was, 300 or 400 feet of pipe through there, and put that underground, which, well, prior to that, we actually drilled wells and put in monitoring wells so we could see what this water was doing, and we had a good table then to tell us where we were at, and it was a problem. So by putting that pipe in, we've reduced the amount of head pressure on that area, and we're monitor that with wells weekly to tell us where that water level is. We went through a full irrigation season then to see if it worked, and the water came up slightly, but not nearly to what it was when we were having the problems. So since then, the slip has stabilized enough that we have time to go to engineering, design a fix, and put it to work hopefully this spring. So we are now wrapping up with SHE out of Durango, engineering firm, with all of our permits through the Corps of Engineer, through 404 water resources through the tribal lands, through permit crossings or crossings across the tribal lands through the tribe, and also one for working in there, and the archaeological report. So that's almost wrapped up. Weather kind of delayed us on the archaeological part due to the ground cover of snow, but we're in a pretty safe area. We think we're not going to have any issues there. We've already identified where the sensitive areas are at. We know to stay away from those, fence them off, but where we want to do the actual work, we're pretty comfortable we'll be okay. So that's all coming together this month, and if the weather gets in our favor, we'll go to the tribe and have a meeting with their tribal council and explain to them what our plan is to fix this. We don't think we're going to have to use any shoring or any piling. We're going to be able to do it with earth fill and drain rock. And so we're crushing currently some material down to Acre Pit to make this material, a special blend of drainage type rock. So all the pieces are finally coming together now to do an early spring repair. Basically, we're going to put it back together, provide it some drainage, so whatever water pressure is still there will release and come out, and we won't lose it anymore. We will also shore up the creek with riprap to prevent the water from eating away at it all the time, because it's like a continuous 24-hour-a-day conveyor system. It just continually pulls it away. So we're going to fix that so it quits doing that. And engineering has designed all this so at least we have something to work with that makes sense. It's not just, shooting from the hip on this. We want to do it right. So that's where we're at. And this has been going on for over about a year now, or a little over a year. So
A little over a year.
yeah, so we've allocated money out of our budget to pay for engineering and fix this thing. We're looking at grants all the time, but unfortunately grants are always pre-work. You got to apply for the money, get the money, then do the work. You can't do the work and then ask for the money. And this is a situation where it's hard to do because it's an emergency situation. We can't just stop and wait. So we've chose to do it this way and go forward from here. So, and that's where we're at with that project. So, and I'm happy to take you down and show it to you anytime you want to go visit with them. Just give me a call or we'll go down and look at it. So
And we actually have several aerial
photos of it.
photos
Mhm.
that can be sent back to you, and it kind of shows it real well how that creek has moved that to where it's real close to the road.
And I do have this morning I come in, I do have a plan that's I can put it on a computer and show you on the screen. I just don't have it with me today. It's a very in-depth plan. I want to go through it and pick out the better parts of it that explain it without all the detail, because there's a lot of engineering data with that plan. So I want to put that together and present it to the Board of Commissioners and the Tribal Council too. So to tell you what the job is and how it's going to work. Because the job originally was set up as phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 we did with the pipe, moved the water, got it under control. Phase 2 now is how do we fix the road. So we're into phase 2 now is where we're at. So.
Rob, would you care to tell Commissioner Copenhaver about our rehabbing and turning over some acreage over at the Mancus gravel pit?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Shaq, I didn't email these to you, but put them on your screen. So, this is our pit at Mancus, our 50-acre pit that was purchased back in '98, I believe it was, as I recall. 91 or 92. Gerald, you probably remember part of this, maybe back in that day. We bought this pit. It was a lease pit for years. Then they bought it, the county bought it. So we bought it from the town of Mancus, and with the provision that as it was developed or mined out and redeveloped, we would give back 10-acre parcels to the town of Mancus as time went by. So the way it mined out, it's this area that I've got shaded in, it works up to about 21.5 acres. So this was a piece that we said, yeah, sure, we'll go ahead and we'll block that out. We've discussed it and what it would do to our operations, and said we'll present this back to the DMRS to release it. So we sent this to DMRS with an application to release this acreage. Okay, next slide, please. They came out and reviewed it with us. You can go ahead and turn that, yeah, there you go. And we walked the whole pit. And so if you look at what's highlighted in the yellow, that is good to go. We can turn that back in. Orange has got problems. We still need to reseed. We need to work on some weeds. Blue, same thing, and red. There's a little chart down there at the bottom what each color means. So when you looked at that 21 acres, and it was like, holy cow, how do you release this? You know, how do you work around this and do that and do all this? So we took what the DMRS gave us, and we went back and to the office, and I sat down, now last slide, and reworked it to this, which dropped the acreage from 21.5 to 17.2. So basically, whatever's in dark there can be released, and whatever's in no dark has to be reseeded, reworked. So still kind of a hodgepodge of this, that, and the other. Well, while talking to the DMRS, they mentioned to us that all that acreage, that 21 acres, could go away in one fell swoop if the town of Mancus chose to change the status from agricultural return to commercial. But the town of Mancus has to present a plan to us so we can present it to the DMRS for them to approve it. And they could just take it over. No more seeding, no more weeding, no more nothing. It's going to be a commercial use. But they have to tell DMRS what the plan of the work is. And so I went over all this with Commissioner Stevenson, and he was to present it to them at one of their town meetings, and I never heard no more about it. So I assumed that they were interested, so I called Joel, and he said, no, they didn't seem to be too interested in that idea. So then the next step was to take this plan then and survey it. It all has to be surveyed. I got to get maintenance out there and survey every point, all the corners, all the legals have to be surveyed in. Well, then we got 1.5 feet of snow. Hallelujah, we need the snow. So now we're waiting for the snow to go away so we can get in there and do this. So that's where we stand currently. When the snow is off there and we can get survey in and do a good accurate survey, this is what we'll represent to the DMRS with survey data backing it up to release that acreage to the town of Mancus. And when that'll be is up to weather, scheduling, survey, this, that, and the other. So.
And it's likely, Commissioner Copenhaver, that at your first Mancus meeting in a week from tomorrow night, that this might come up. The other option, as Rob mentioned, is for them to give a post-mining plan of how the land will be used, and then the whole thing can...
Yeah, if they want
taken
to,
care of.
say they want to turn it into a shop area with commercial purposes only,
Hey,
they
leave
can
that-
have all 21
leave that
acres. You know, they can take it back, and DMRS will sign off on it right there. But they have to present that plan to us, to present to DMRS, and DMRS has to approve it.
So let me ask you a quick question, because this, the tension is super high with this after I read all of these emails. Could we not just move to the, which would be what, to the east of that area that still has to be some reclamation, and get that deeded, get that deeded to them right away, whether, 10, 11, 12 acres, whatever it is. I think what's happening is that they are frustrated with us because we've never given anything back, and it's been, what, 30 years, basically, 29, 30 years. And this is all basically the hillside. It's wooded, we're not mining it, we're never gonna touch it. Or do we wanna wait the additional months to survey it and then?
You know, I think personally, if you got something ready to sell, you better sell it. You better get it. I mean, if I start chopping that into sections and reapplying,
Okay.
that could go south on us with more weeds integrated. And then the DRMS says no.
So get it all.
My opinion is,
Okay.
in the county's best interest, is that 17 acres would qualify to the DRMS approving it as going back to being available. I think we should stay with the plan.
Okay.
I mean, if I give them 3 or 4 or 5 acres in the corner, that really doesn't solve the issue. It just makes it harder for the county, in my opinion, more at risk of losing what we've got. Right now, DMRS is ready to buy this. If we go in and work on that light area this spring and get a stand of grass on it, we'll maybe sell it too. But right now, that won't sell until that is, and sometimes it takes a couple of years, you know. We've noticed, we've been doing this for 8 years that I've been here, so that's my opinion. We can certainly look at it, Mr. Candelaria, and do something different, but that's my opinion, so.
No, I'm good with that. I mean, we're gonna have to wait for the survey whenever
Right.
the snow.
Right. And in the
is-
process of surveying it, I'll survey out the light area too as a separate item, and as soon as that sells, we rework it and get in there and plant seed, then I'll be able to sell that chunk too, because it's surveyed, you know. So there's our process, because the rest of it's not gonna be anytime soon. We're still mining, and we're still
Right.
reclaiming that, so I think I know there's stress, and I know that everybody wants something to do, and I just want to assure people out there in Mancos that are listening to this today that we are working on this, and there was some weather issues and some survey issues and some things that slowed us down here, but we're not stopping. This is what our plan is, so we're moving forward.
Couple of quick questions, Rob. On the survey, you think it's, and I'll ask this of Ian too, is it okay to go ahead and use our county surveyor rather than an independent survey?
No, it's fine.
Okay,
No, he's legit, you bet. It's what we have him for.
okay. And I went to their meeting last Wednesday and spoke to this a little bit, and so I misspoke to them. I told it was gonna take an independent surveyor, because they
No.
might not want our surveyor, and we might not want theirs.
No, I don't think that's the issue at all. It's
Okay.
it's a issue of how many acres are we trying to give them back, and this is 17 acres, and it's just 10 acres at a time, so we're not quite making 20, but let's give them 17. I'll give them back whatever's there,
And
you know.
and I
so.
think that's in good faith.
Yeah.
I don't think there's an issue with that at
Or
all.
at least that's the
We're
way I
giving
feel
back.
about it, yeah, so. My plan was 21 acres, and then I just couldn't sell it. DMRS says, no, we have some issues on this area that's cleared out, or this clear area, we've got to get some more grass in it. The weeds are under control. I will say the weed department's done an excellent job over the last 3 years of getting that pit under control. The weeds are there. I mean, they're not there like they were. Now we get a stand of grass in it, and I think we'll sell it, so. I think we just be patient. It just takes time, so.
You think you might need water to grow grass?
Oh, that'd be nice. What I would like to do is make us say, you know what, we want to do this with it, that has nothing to do with agriculture. DRMS would accept it, and we just give them the whole 22 acres and be done with it. There's no more to do with it. That's what I would like, but it isn't up to me, so.
Rob, I have a question. This light area that we're going to have to do more work on, if we deed back the dark area, are we going to have access to that light area? It's a little hard to tell from the map, but we just probably
We
want
will,
to be
yeah.
careful we don't
We'll
create
come
an
in from
island
you
there.
can see where that blue line there splits between the big area and the small area. We'll be able to come through our stockpile area right into that area to seed it out. I will make sure we have an access into our area
Yep.
to continue working with it, so.
Great.
Yeah. And right now, there's no plans on fencing any of this. I have no plans on doing anything. I've asked for it, but I don't see any future in it. I just don't see it, so. But-
Let's just make sure that we have some kind of an access to
Right.
get in there just
Yeah.
in case.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, it's a little bit of a wetlands, not wetlands, a little creek area there that we know where that border is, and we'll just always make sure we have a crossing into that area, so. Anyway, there it is in a nutshell. I mean, there's a lot of talking that could go on about it, but that's basically what's going on, so.
So once we survey it, how long does it take to get the Division of Mining Reclamation?
That seems to be pretty easy. If we get this surveyed and we provide that survey data to them in our application, the work is done, you know.
Right.
We're just waiting for survey now. We've agreed to, by my presentation this morning, this areas, And once we verify it with legal survey, I think they'll sign right off on it, yeah. We've walked it, we've met with two individuals from the DMRS, and they were very impressed with much of the work we've done, so I don't think there's an issue, so.
So I guess I'm looking at a time frame because I know that's the first thing they're gonna ask is, well, give me a time.
Okay, let's say it
so
quits snowing in February, and April we can survey it, it's dry enough to
May,
stake it.
end of May.
May-ish, June-ish sometime maybe, yeah, I would think that we can make that
So I
work.
would say let's shoot for at least the 1st of June.
Mhm.
Realistically, that way it gives us enough time to survey it. If it does snow in March,
Mhm.
and we should be able to reapply and then
Yeah,
get it back.
and-
Because I know you're gonna get asked that, Commissioner. They've asked that question and we've.
And that's a fair question. I mean, but I can't survey it in the snow because you have to be able to go out and look at this
Yeah.
difference between grass and weeds, or bare ground and good ground. You've got to be able to go out there. This is all just kind of drawn out on a piece of paper right now, so,
Understand.
okay.
And that's why I want to make sure we have an answer for them that's realistic, that we can actually get the survey completed.
Good. That's-
Yes, sir, Mr. Haley.
So in your process, what are your provisions for subdividing the property? If you're splitting 21 acres off of 50-some acres, then that technically has to go through the subdivision process, unless you...
It's just a boundary line adjustment. This is not necessarily a subdivision, as all we're doing is adjusting their southern boundary to the north.
But they don't own the property around that parcel, correct?
They do. They own everything around it. They own 200
Around that
acres,
50
right?
acres, yeah.
And we're gonna have over...
They own all this.
They own everything around us.
Right, but we'll still have over 35 when this is...
30, yes.
50
we'll have
minus 17, so,
Yeah,
I mean, I went to school in Cortez, so I'm kind of struggling here.
yes, we will still have 35, hold on just a minute.
Yeah,
50 minus 17 is 33.
You don't wanna make a commitment and then find out
Stretch it
that
out.
it's another step.
It's gonna be super close because, yeah,
but I don't know that, if you read our agreements
It'd be
with
only 15
County and our
acres.
purchase agreement, we agreed to give them back 10 acres at a time without all this. This is just a
Correct. There
return
was-
of property in lieu of funds. I think if we got a $1 deal here, they're getting a $2 deal because they get the land back, is basically what we're trying to say here. So I don't think it's a subdivision
it's
as
not
much
a
as it is return of
subdivision
land. Yeah.
per,
You have to do an exemption. Or a boundary line adjustment.
I think an exemption,
Boundary line
whatever we need
adjustment.
to do at this point in time, because of the agreement that was made in the 90s, that we would give them back the acreage, and I'm gonna let the
Yeah,
attorney
I
talk
mean,
about it, but.
If I remember right, that, is the property actually in Montezuma County's name?
Yes,
It is.
Yeah.
We purchased it.
yes. We own
Yep.
this outright. We have a legal description to it,
It
yes.
is in Montezuma County's name.
We can work through the land use code issues. I mean, I think that we could certainly look at an exemption. I think if we're going to be under that 35, certainly the land use code would apply. I mean, we're subdividing just like anybody else would subdivide or adjusting, and so if we fall under that 35 acre threshold, then
We
it's got to
are.
be accounted for.
Below it.
Yeah, so I'll look at that and figure out the best way to do that. There's probably a couple different ways we can do it, and so
Yeah,
I'll get that to you.
Wanted to make sure that you don't overlook that last minute, and then you can't meet your promise.
Or, okay.
Not your promise, but attorney commitment. However you want to word it.
Yeah, because they own all the acreage all the way around us, everywhere.
Yeah,
For over 35, then you do a boundary line adjustment.
If
Don-
we go back to 17.2, we're short.
well,
by
Don has a good point, but I
2.2
think if you
acres.
go read the agreements that we signed in 92, return of the land was part of the purchase price. So it wasn't like we were subdividing it. It was more or less, we're giving it back in lieu of funds,
Correct.
So there might be a loophole there that would work in this case that Don's bringing up. I don't know. Let the attorneys look at it and see what they think, so.
I'll give it a look and get back to you guys.
Okay.
Just let us know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Don.
Any other questions on Maker's Pit? Cool, okay. Last thing I have then, and I'll let you go on to somebody else's turn, but the bridge down at Alkali Creek, So today, we're meeting with an engineer to come out, and he is going to do a rattlesnake inspection and a New Mexico jumping mouse inspection. So if we find no rattlesnakes or jumping mice today, and the brush is adequately removed, then that's one big hurdle out of the way to begin this process of that rock removal. If there is a sleepy snake in there somewhere, he'll have to be removed and relocated to a new location. So that'll happen today. In fact, at 11 o'clock, I'm going to meet him out there and see what we got. Manus and Associates is surveying the rock line for us for the excavation line. And then we're working on getting a big excavator with a large hole ram on it to break that rock and see what it does. Hopefully, we can do this without drilling and shooting, because if we have to shoot, then we can't shoot till after March 15th when there might be an eagle nest. Or we have to do at least a survey to see if there's an eagle nest within a quarter of a mile, I believe it is. So we're working our way through all this environmental stuff, and today is the day we finally might make some progress. But then talking to Bechtel this morning, Gerald Bechtel is our engineer that we picked to do our preliminary work on the design of the bridge and the engineering. So Bechtel out of Durango's who we're working with on this. We got news over the week, this past week, that CDOT is telling us now there's still at least 1 to 8 weeks, depending on how this goes, to get the environmental part of this project signed off on before we can put it out to bid. So best case scenario, within a week we'll have it. Worst case is 8 weeks, which puts us February, March, 1st of April before we can put this bridge out for bid. But if we do an accelerated schedule on that, we will be able to hopefully still put this thing out for bid, return, pick a contractor and put it to work by maybe the middle of May. So we're still got hope, you know.
So then they're going to have to comply with the April nesting bird,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yes, sir.
That's April?
Yeah,
On that
but
documentation
we've
that's
got
on?
a plan. We worked on it last year because we thought this would be a little further ahead, but we've got 2 plans. We can either net the old bridge to keep the birds from nesting, or we can go out daily and some of these high school kids we work with and help remove some of them the nests before they get established again. So there's 2 ways that works that the environmental groups are happy with. So we'll keep that under control. And probably during the period of doing the work to tear out the old bridge, we may have to net it, but that'll be under the contractor's bid items. So put a net under there. So there's where we're at with that. I was hoping to be telling you this morning, next week we'd put this out for bid, but we're still being delayed a little bit on that time period it takes to get the environmental signed off on it. So, and we have to have all the environmental agencies signed off it before we put it out for bid. So,
What about material shortages?
that's a good question. That could go on for a long time. So, hopefully, you know, it's a pretty basic type of bridge. That's a CDOT design type bridge, concrete girders. There's a lot of these contractors that have all that stuff in yards laying around, you know, it's this or that or that or this, and if one of them contractors happens to get the job, they can keep the jobs moving with what they've got in their yards, be it rebar or whatever. But if you don't, sometimes you get hung up. Mancus is a good example of that, you know, several times that got shut down over there because of that, so, it's a good question.
There is one ray of sunshine. Eric from CCI reached out to us and said they may have funds available to help us with the project, so.
Yeah, with this new, well, not new, but with the additional funds coming from the federal agencies, now there's additional funds there. So we are waiting for our estimate to come in from Bechtel today to build the bridge, and then we owe 20% of that. That's the way that CDOT off-road system works. They pay 80, we pay 20. So that 20% could become eligible for this new funding to recover that money right there. So it's kind of a new idea, which is nice. So we get that, Bechtel will help me put that together, Shaq, and we'll go from there and see if we can get reimbursed for that. So there is a ray of sun on that part. So.
Did you also get that other email that I sent to you on Tiger and,
Yep.
well, I can't remember the other one, but.
It's a bad one. It's a tough one, yeah, but we'll look at it again. But I've never qualified for one of those yet. We've tried a couple of times. We just don't meet their standards of what they're looking for. But with the federal government putting money out there for bridges and things like that, that might be something that's easier to get now too. We'll take a good look at it, so, yep. So with that, I think I've pretty much covered everything where I'm at right now with everything. If you got any questions, call me, of course, or come see me, so, all of you. Any other questions?
Just be careful when you're inspecting those rattlesnakes.
I'm not sticking my hand in there. Well, they're actually sleepy right now, so they're not too bad, but no, that's his job, so.
They don't move too fast right now.
No, they're pretty sleepy this time of year. And it is on the north side in the rock and the shade, and it's pretty cold in there, so I don't know. We'll see what happens, so.
All right.
Good, okay,
Thank
thanks.
you, Rob. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Did you say that we needed to get Mel out of here earlier, or we?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, then next we'll have our weed department, Bonnie.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the team, Gerald.
Can you hear me now?
I'm sorry, what?
Can you hear me now? It's on. Oh,
I can
okay.
hear you.
It's like in my face. I don't know. Okay. So we went over this PowerPoint, I don't know, a year ago. We'll just do it
Yes.
again. That way, Gerald, you're kind of up to date on what we do in the weed program. Next. Okay. So as far as me, I have a CSU forest management degree. I've done wildland firefighting. I worked for the State Forest Service doing forest inventory analysis. And then next. And then I got a job for Kenny Smith doing commercial applicator work. He hired me to do mapping for the ERA stimulus, which gave the Forest Service and the counties a lot of money to treat previously like fuel treatment areas, any place that was logged or there was a fire. So we went in there and surveyed for noxious weeds, and then we did weed treatments. It was pretty eye-opening for me because I was never taught about invasive species in college, which is surprising because it has such a huge impact on our land. So I just kind of felt like this was my calling. And so then I fell into the county job in 2014. The weed program pretty much consisted of an office manager and 2 roadside sprayers. During the ERA stimulus, Leanne Milligan was able to get a second spray truck for the county, which is awesome. The county has had a cost share program since 1998. I'm assuming you know about the cost share program, Gerald? Yeah. So here's just some statistics you can check out. Back in the day, we used to get $20,000 from the High Desert Conservation District to match our $20,000 for the cost share program, but we lost that funding in 2004. So we've just had a budget of $20,000 from 2004 to 2019. 2019, we started getting grant money from the Colorado Department of Agriculture to help boost our cost share funds. So that's one of our most successful programs. It's a great incentive for landowners to manage noxious weeds if we help cover the cost. County weed program, let's see. So prior to 2014, we mainly treated the county right-of-ways. We treated county properties for noxious weeds. We treated leafy spurge and Mediterranean sage on private properties. These species are, well, the Mediterranean sage is on the state A list. Are you familiar with the list? The CDA list, okay. So Mediterranean sage is on the state A list. Leafy spurge is on our local A list because we don't have many populations and we have a chance to eradicate them. Therefore, we've been managing this on private properties for a long time. I'm not sure when we started. So we've pretty much eradicated both. Actually, last year we found probably 5 new populations of leafy spurge, which isn't a good thing, but we jumped on them and hopefully we'll just keep monitoring and hope we eradicated those areas. Okay, 2015, we implemented the no spray agreements. Prior to 2015, landowners would have cardboard signs saying no spray, and there was just a lot of drama going back and forth of who's supposed to manage that right away if it is no spray. So we developed this no spray agreement forms where the landowners will they'll sign this agreement saying that they will manage the noxious weeds along the right of way. They will keep the vegetation under 6 inches, and therefore we put up our county no spray signs and we won't spray there as long as their agreement is upheld. We have a noxious weed species notification system, meaning we map noxious weeds off the public right-of-ways, not only on private properties, but public lands as well. And then we'll send the private landowner a letter saying which noxious weed we saw on their property, and we'll give some management information, and we'll offer our services to help in any way we can. We also do enforcement. This isn't something we like to do. However, it is important if we're going to get ahead of the noxious weed populations. So if there's been a property that we've mapped noxious weeds on for consecutive years, 2 to 3 years, with no visible management or contact with the landowners, we'll send a certified letter saying we need a management plan within 10 days. If they do not contact us or provide a management plan, I'll request a right of entry from you guys, and typically I wait 30 days. So the letter says 10, but I give them 30 days. And so I'll request a right of entry, and then once the right of entry is approved, I'll send more paperwork to them. And typically after the right of entry, paperwork is sent to them. At that point, they contact me and take care of their weeds. It's a very low percentage of us actually having to go through with the management compared to, sending them letters. I have more statistics about that later. Property visits, we do about 50 a year. People call us wanting us to come out to their property to help them identify what they have and help come up with a management plan. We're going to talk about the Mancos River Project, the Weber Canyon Project, Pharatophyte Project, Adopt a Trail Project, New Homeowner Project, Biocontrol Education. I'll try not to make it painful. Next. This is just some grants that we've received since 2016. The CDA has been a great supporter of our program, the Colorado Department of Agriculture. They have a noxious weed grant that we apply for every year. We also have been really good partners with the Colorado Water Conservation Board. We've had this Colorado Water Plan grant since 2019, so that's been great. We also work closely with Parks and Wildlife for their habitat partnership program. But you can look through that if you're curious on what exactly we've received. Next. I talked about this as far as the no spray agreements. They're required to prevent noxious weeds from flowering and keep vegetation under 6 inches tall. Oh, and I already talked about the notification system, so past that. So we have a total of about 10,202 parcels in Montezuma County, not including the city of Cortez. Since 2015, we've notified about 2,200 properties of noxious weeds. So 22% of our county parcels have been identified with a noxious weed. We've contacted with at least 628 of these properties, so about 30% of these properties we've been in contact with. And then there's just some statistics about how many times we've contacted those properties. It's very rare that we have to contact them for numerous years. Usually it takes one letter and they'll take care of it. Enforcement process, I already talked with you guys about this. Do you have any questions about enforcement? Okay. Just some statistics for enforcement. I've sent out 325 certified letters since 2017 requiring a management plan. Of those, 64 properties didn't send me a management plan, so I requested a right of entry. So we had 64 right of entries approved. I updated these numbers since it's an old PowerPoint. And we've enforced 32 properties total. Property visits, we did 52 in 2021. We also have a backpack loaner program. That's not on this PowerPoint, but if landowners just have a small patch of weeds, instead of having them hire somebody or purchase the equipment themselves, they can just come get a backpack sprayer from us. We'll fill it with the correct herbicide. We'll teach them how to do it, and it's free of charge. They get 2 free ones per year. Mancos River Project, I think this started 2016. It's down the Mud Creek area and the Mancos River area. We're restoring it from Russian knapweed to native species. We've treated, I guess 1,500 acres since this project started. There's all our partners. It's been a pretty successful long-term project that is still going. Next. Weber Canyon project, the Weber fire happened in 2012, which led to a decline in native vegetative species and an increase in noxious weed species. This picture was taken on Elk Springs on the other side, on Mancus Hill. This was, I think, 2013, so it blew up pretty fast, but the landowners jumped on it really quick. So on that side of the fire, it actually looks really good. The native species are coming back. However, 2017, I did an inventory on the other side of Weber Canyon. Well, Menifee Mountain, it's down Weber Canyon. And it's pretty extensively thistles and downy brome. So we have a bad noxious weed situation over there. A majority of it is on BLM property. Next. There is a chunk of state land property within that fire burn, and they've been working very well with us to manage their property. Next. The first year we did an aerial application with a fixed wing plane, and then the second year we did some spot treatments with a helicopter. Next. So in 2018, we treated about 300 acres on that state land piece, and then 2019 we treated about 213 acres. In 2019 we used Esplanade. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's a really good pre-emergent that's hit the market a couple years ago, maybe a few years ago. But it gives about 2 to 3 years of control for the seed bank. It won't affect any of the vegetation that's already there, but it's very good at controlling the seeds. So we put that out there to try to control the seed bank of musk thistle and downy brome. And then we'll try to go back. Last year I was going to have a site visit, but it was so dry. We're going to wait till we have some moisture so we can see what's actually growing out there. Next, here's a before and after picture that makes me happy. That's on the state land piece. Here's some more on the state land piece. You can see the vegetation. The natives are just coming right back, which is great.
Bonnie, this section you're showing us of BLM land, is that the same section? Okay. But the pictures before the BLM with all the invasive thistle, that's the part that Diana DeGette wants to make wilderness?
Correct.
Okay. So we're all on the same page.
Yeah, that's a long conversation. Phreatophyte project, you're aware of this one. This project began in 2019. Here's some of our partners. I updated our numbers. So far, we've removed 34,696 Russian olives, 18,874 salt cedars. We have removed non-native phreatophytes on a total of 323.41 acres. Our water savings, so the U.S. Geological Survey reported that the average salt cedar 2 to 4 inches consumes 32 gallons per day. So we're using that number, and we're saying that for every inch in diameter, a salt cedar will consume 10 gallons of water per day. And this is, we split it up into between summer and winter months because the summer months are going to be consuming more than the winter months. So during 30 weeks, we're going to use that calculation of the 32 gallons per day, the 10 gallons per inch in diameter. And then for the 22 weeks of winter, we decreased it by 80%. So water savings for 2019 is 116 acre feet, 2020, 146 acre feet, 2021, 240 acre feet. And so the work that we did in 2019, I'm not counting water savings for 2019. I'll have 2019 water savings start counting in 2020. Does that make sense? And so right now, 2021, it'll account for the end of this year. The water savings will be 2019 plus 2020 to get a total. Does that make sense?
So you don't count the water savings until the trees are gone?
Correct, yeah. So total water savings at the end of this year, not including work that was done, that will be done in this year, will be at 850 acre feet of water. Okay, so the goal for 2022 to 2025 is to get enough funding to support 5 employees dedicated to this project. I want 2 two-person crews and then 1 person to help me schedule properties, give bids out, and help coordinate all this and do follow-up sprout treatments, because the follow-up sprout treatments are very important. We have the Rcpp program, Regional Conservation Project, something. It's through the Farm Bill, through NRCS. We applied for it in 2019. We were approved 2020, and just now we're getting it started. So that's going to help fund this project immensely, hopefully. We also have 1 more year of the Colorado Water Plan grant. And let's see, I applied for a 3-year grant, so this is the last year, and then next year I'll apply for another 3-year grant. I've also applied for the noxious weed funds for Colorado Department of Agriculture. We've been awarded a $50,000 grant from the Colorado Department of Agriculture through their drought stimulus fund, so that's been approved for this year. We've also applied this is an old list. I've applied for about 4 other grants too, long-term, so we'll see. I'm also hoping to get another excavator if we are able to get another crew, and then get 2 additional mulchers, because the mulcher breaks down often, so to eliminate downtime, I want a spare. And that way somebody can work on the spare while they continue working. That's the goal. Here's some pictures. Somebody lost their side roll, and we found it for them. You can just go through these at whatever pace you want. Adopt a Trail program it's kind of slowed down immensely since COVID hit, but we have been trying to adopt trails out on the Forest Service to have volunteer groups help mitigate the noxious weeds. So maybe we'll get that going again this year. I mean, everything's just changed since COVID, so we'll see.
I was looking at that slide, and those shovels still have their labels on them.
Yeah.
They took that pre-work.
Yeah, it's like looking at the wildland firefighters with the bright yellow Nomex. It's like, have they even been working? Yeah, I guess that's a bad picture. We did work after that picture was taken.
My Nomex never looked like that.
No?
No.
Yeah,
They
mine
gave
was
it to me,
brown.
and after that, it was never the same.
Yeah. New homeowner project. So this was a project for new landowners in Montezuma County buying properties. We filled these boxes with some good information with regards to land management. So I put my noxious weed guide in there and some kosher information. And then CSU Extension put some of their stuff. Southwest Seed Company put some of their stuff. Rocky Draw Weed Control, and then Basin Co-op threw in a magnet. I'm still waiting for feedback from the realtors to see if it is being successful, if I should continue doing it. So we'll see. But it's nice, handy, because if you move here and you don't know what resources are available to you, this will definitely help. Next. Sorry, I'm going, guys. Biocontrol. We do biological control on some of our noxious weeds. Dalmatian toadflax weevils are my favorite because they are very successful. We've been releasing these since 2015 on several different properties in Montezuma County, and we are getting good results. The problem with Dalmatian toadflax is it tends to grow on CRP land where they have a lot of forbs. So we don't really want to go in there and use herbicide because it's going to kill the forbs too. And it's so sparse throughout there. It's just the bugs do a great job. And this is probably the only scenario that you're going to hear me say that I would prefer bugs over herbicide. But these weevils do a great job. Next. Just some statistics if you want to look through it. We have 73 plots. I revisit each site every year. I take before and after pictures every year so we can compare and make sure that it's working. Next. Here's some of the yellows are Dalmatian toadflax populations. The little red dots is where I've been releasing and taking before and after pictures. Here's some before and after pictures. Isn't it kind of funny? Well, sad. I mean, to look at the drought, like the pictures, it just gets drier and drier over the years. It's sad. Okay, gall, midge, and wasp for the Russian knapweed. The midge was not successful. It's too dry here. They weren't surviving. The wasp, I'm not too keen on because it's not doing a very good job on the knapweed. It'll eat some of the foliage, but really we need to control the root system. So eventually they are working on a mite for the root system, which I think will be the ticket for Russian knapweed. But we have been releasing some, we'll see. We try to do a lot of educational programs, realtor trainings, seminars, all kinds of things. Next. Here's one of our, this was at Fozzie Farm. I think we were doing a weed ID class. It's pretty fun. Just another picture of a seminar we do. We did a kids spraying class. CSU, Casey Riedel started this, and we did an hour class with the kids on noxious weed management, and we got them on the ATV and we're spraying water, so that was kind of fun. More seminars. Okay, Roadside Spring. So we manage about 4,000 acres of land within our right-of-ways. We also manage noxious weeds at the fairgrounds, landfill, gravel pits, road yards, etc. We're gaining pretty good control over the perennials and biennials. The annuals have been a challenge, like the kochia. Kochia is resistant to 95% of our herbicides. And so if we don't hit it when it's like 1 inch tall, it's gone. Like we can't control it. So what we've been re-gearing to do is the pre-emergent. So we're trying to get ahead of these annuals by preventing them from successfully germinating. And I think that we've done a pretty good job. We're also doing the bare ground on the road edges, as you probably have seen. We're using pre-emergent and it looks pretty good. So I feel like our roads are improving significantly. The pre-emergent is expensive. However, in the long run, it's going to really help us out. We map everywhere we spray. It's automatic. Every time we flip the switch in our truck, it'll show us where we sprayed, which is handy. If somebody said that we killed their tree, we can turn on our map to see if we even sprayed over there by their tree. Next. Like I said, we treat leafy spurge, Mediterranean sage on private properties. Next. Here's just some yearly statistic numbers on our weed populations. Still awake? Okay. That's all I got. I like my PowerPoints, so we'll do some quizzes later on.
Well, Commissioner, I hope you're better at the quizzes than I am because I'm not a real big identifier of weeds. I know that it's a weed. I don't really care what name it is. It's just a weed and it needs to be terminated. So
Terminated.
she'll
I need to
probably
put Terminator on my next
You'll probably do better
PowerPoint.
than I do on names of the weeds.
She'll be
Anyway,
back.
thank you, Bonnie.
Do you have any questions? Questions? Okay. All right. Have a good day, guys.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
too, Bonnie. Thank you. All right, Mel. Talk a little bit about the landfill.
So, the only thing I have at this point is the end of the year budget. And I think right there on that page, the top one, don't scroll it, Shaq, you can look under mattresses, what we brought in for the year for mattresses. This is the first year we took them. So, pretty good year. And that's no motels bringing anything in yet.
How many mattresses is that?
About
Divided by
$10 a
10.
piece.
Okay, that's a lot of mattresses.
It's a lot of mattresses. It is. And we're still the cheapest by far of anyone in the region. I think Bondad's $28 a piece, we're only 10.
So are they coming a lot from La Plata
We
County?
do get quite a few. We have a lot of people come from La Plata because it's cheaper over here. So if you look at the end of the year compared to what I had budgeted, you will see quite the difference. We brought in almost enough to pay for the machine that should be here in the next month. which Mr. Copenhaver is not familiar with. He'll probably see the budget next month if it shows up. It's going to show us about 500,000 in the red, which is not really true. The landfill has the money to pay for it. And I've talked to Bill. He's trying to find out when it's supposed to be here. Last I heard it was on the water. I haven't heard back from him this morning. And we did have a few expensive repairs this summer. One for Wagner on the 924K. We lost an axle on that. And then the repair on the BOMAG, one of the final drives. And I don't know if you're familiar with the BOMAG, have you even seen the machine? Each wheel has its own orbit motor to drive each wheel. We lost one of them. That was a $36,000 repair on that machine. It wasn't planned for. So our repairs and maintenance and operating expenses were up a little bit more than I had budgeted for last year. But other than everything else is down. Our we couldn't do anything with Carver Field. Still waiting on CDPHE on that. That's something, when you get time, Gerald, if you could come down to the landfill, let me give you a tour, get you caught up on everything we do down there. It's really changed even since the time I've started working there. Our composting operations almost tripled. You're familiar with the Carver Field. Okay, we're going to turn that into a 7-acre composting area. And the plans are in CDPHE right now to do that. We're still waiting on them for approval on that. I don't have a whole lot else. Till next year, or till next month when I have all my reports due and give you the totals.
Could you talk to
The
him?
other-
Go ahead.
Well, the other couple of things that have transpired over the last year is that there's a new scale down there. So the old scale, which was...
It was in the ground and it was actually coming apart. The metal in it was flaking off to the point, we couldn't get underneath it to clean the mud out. So every time it would freeze, the scale would freeze and be inaccurate. So I think that scale was put in the early 90s when that landfill was first built.
That's
And we
correct.
removed it and put a new scale in October, which is working wonderfully.
And then we also acquired the 40 acres from the Cortez Sanitation District that was on the kind of the
It's directly
westerly,
east of the main building. So it's between the road and the sheriff's range.
So due to the fact that they didn't want to deal with any of the compliance for the monitoring that has to continue to go on, it was better for them just to deed that over to us, and now it's there, and then we can use it for additional composting or storage or whatever that the landfill has to have. So that's a change. That was just acquired last year. And I think that's the biggest changes down there at the landfill.
Well, and since Commissioner Copenhaver was a commissioner before, there's been a complete startup and revamp of the recycling program.
Well, I think that would be beneficial if he would come down and take a tour. Let me show him everything that we're doing down there. I did get a phone call yesterday. Our broker called. All the mills have overbought on their paper products, and they're not accepting anything for the month of February. And we're already full because we were waiting on load, trying to get some out. So we're rearranging things, trying to get it piled up in the building so it doesn't get weathered.
Okay.
The other problem with that, Commissioner, is the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment requires us to move 75% of a 3-year rolling average inventory. So while the mills might say we can't take it, the state says that we have to get rid of it. And so in essence, the politicians have created a situation in which the natural law of supply and demand, you would wait to sell in a high market, forces us to sell and lose money just to get rid of stuff.
There's been, in fact, we still have a pile of cardboard down there about a year or so ago this happened, and we couldn't get rid of it. Nobody would take it, and we have probably 50 or 60 bales of cardboard still piled up. The thing about the cardboard is this summer and spring, as soon as the Forest Service brings us the rest of the tires from McPhee Reservoir, we're going to be shredding tires, and while that shredder's here, we will shred the rest of that cardboard and compost it. So it's not a
So
loss.
we'll use it for carbon stock with
Yep.
the compost.
And the one thing we did in 2020 receive a $170,000 grant from CDPHE for a trommel screen, which has been a huge improvement for our composting operation. And I'm working with Bonnie Loving at the weed department on a grant for this year for a compost turner. We'll see how that goes.
And then do you want to just update the commission on household hazardous waste?
The plan is in CDPHE. We are trying to put in a household hazardous waste facility. It's all been approved. J. Balfour, our location. The plans have been drawn up. It's at CDPHE. The problem right now with CDPHE is we are on our third permitter for the year. They've had a lot of people quit, retire, and so forth, and our new permitter is trying to play catch up. So he's behind. Except when they want us to do something.
Well, and another problem, just to be frank, is they're authorized to charge us $125 an hour to review everything we submit. And when you get paid to drag your feet, sometimes they drag their feet.
I would say you should probably look at your numbers because that number is probably went up. It's probably not the 125 anymore, Shaq.
It still is.
Is it?
Yeah, as the last bill we got. What has gone up is the quarterly fees that we have to pay them. It went up over what I budgeted last year, but I think a lot of that's because of how much more waste we've been taking in at the landfill. It's, you know, and we're not the only ones. San Luis Valley landfill, they've almost doubled in the amount of waste they brought in since COVID started. And it's, you know, I don't remember the last time you were commissioner, Gerald, but the landfill's crew has probably doubled since you were commissioner. There's 8 full-time and 1 part-time down there now. And if this composting takes off in the next few years, we'll probably have to add another employee just to keep up with that.
So I have a question as far as the mattresses. If we have a huge influx from La Plata County or even just outside of our county because we're so much less, I mean, what's our next competition? It doesn't make sense if this is an enterprise zone to be that much less.
I don't think
mean,
we
what
get
do
that
you
much
guys
from the La Plata County as far as mattresses. I mean, we'll have people that, they come over here anyway, especially if they're right on the line of La Plata County because we are cheaper and they might have 1 or 2 mattresses with them at a time. We're not getting an influx from like a motel or Durango or something like that coming over with mattresses.
So it's just 1 or 2 at a time?
It's 1 or 2
not-
at a time,
Not a
yeah.
whole motel.
Right, we have not had that yet.
So what is the difference? You said $28 at,
I'd have to go back and
Bondad?
check. I think Bondad was charging $28 a piece. I don't know what Pagosa charges. Dolores County, I don't know if they even take them out there since they've changed.
you might just do a quick little survey just to
Okay,
see, because if we're, I mean,
we're by far cheaper.
well, I know, but we're filling up all of our storage area, which costs us a ton of money.
Correct.
And I don't want to just, there's got to be a balance there. We can't.
Well, everything we do is cheaper. Even our MSW is cheaper. Just household type trash is cheaper than everybody around too.
Why don't do a little marketing and up our fees to a point and then give a locals discount?
That's up to y'all.
I'm not even, you know, we try to keep it as cost effective for our
Sure.
locals as possible, but if we're getting a big influx
Yeah.
from the outside, we're using everything that the locals are paying for, and it's
Right.
coming from the outside, and that concerns me.
The
So-
mattresses would probably be the only thing that would be the big concern. I mean, we get tires and stuff like that in, but we put that to beneficial reuse.
Sure.
So that's almost a help in a way. So, but yeah, the mattresses, I can.
Just
I
look
can-
at it.
Sure.
I guess my question is just take a look at it, because it doesn't make business sense to be 50% of what everybody else is.
Correct.
Because they do occupy a lot of space, which is the whole purpose of the difference in cost.
Exactly. That's why we brought it up in the first place.
Okay.
Right. Next month, I'll have all my annual reports done for the state and EPA and give you an update on how much we actually recycle and divert down there. So we're going to try and have them done before I take off next week.
You could give them copies of the report. It's fascinating reading.
Yeah.
All right. Question?
Thanks, Mel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. Okay, next up we have Justin McGuire with our Fairgrounds.
Morning.
Morning.
Do what? Yes, I'm on. Okay, so Fairgrounds for attendance so far this year, 2,730 people. And our revenue for January was $16,955. To kind of give you an idea what happened our last month, we had a team roping in there January 8th, as well as a commodity giveaway. Hunter's Ed Safety Course come in and did a 2-day course in the upstairs of the main building. 15th and 16th, we had our 4 States Junior Rodeo, which they always put on a 3-weekend event, winter series every year. So they did another one the following weekend to kind of make up for one that they weren't able to do in November. 28th to 30th, we had a Vision Agility dog trial out there. That also went pretty good. And then, of course, yesterday we had our memorial service out there for Commissioner Stevenson, which seemed to be really nice. Coming up for February, we have a team rope in this weekend, as well as a commodity giveaway. Hunter's Ed Safety Course is going to come in and do another deal on the 5th and 6th, and then followed by the 4 States Junior Rodeo on February 19th and 20th for their last one of the year, or for the winter. And then another Hunter Safety Ed course on the 26th of February. We do still have winter practices going on in there Monday through Friday, from roping practices to the Four Corners Youth Roping, Pony Club, and 4-H. As well as we are still accepting more banners. So if there's any businesses out there that want to advertise their business, it's a $300 per year fee. You get a 4x8 spot in our indoor arena. So I still got plenty of those available if anybody out there is interested. That's kind of our normal report. I think I put our budget on there, so I can just kind of go over that real quick, I guess. Did I send that to you?
Before you get to the budget, you
Go
want to
ahead.
highlight some of the other things that we're working on out there, Justin, as far as?
Yeah, and I was going to go over some of that too with you. You want me to just do that first?
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah, leave the
we'll do that.
numbers for last.
So some of the things that we are working on there, kind of give Commissioner Copenhagen a little opportunity to catch up with us. We've been working on our handicap lift for a while. I do have some more news on it. We initially found that the board in it was not working, so we got that sent off. It come back, which is the CPU, the brain of it basically. Got it put in. It did make a difference. Then we had to go in and start adjusting sensors. I think we got all that finally figured out, so that thing is operating like normal. I am working on getting a scheduled person out here to do a inspection on it. So as long as we pass our inspection, we should be able to get it certified.
Good.
So that is finally looking upwards.
What's the time frame on that?
Hopefully this month. So I'm hoping by next month I'll be able to tell you whether or not we can apply for our permit.
Good.
So
Is there any need to cover that with like a plastic or something to keep the dust and moisture out?
I don't
when
know.
It's not in use?
I think what we're going to do is kind of put it in our general maintenance as far as blowing it out, here and there. That's kind of what we're thinking about doing. Just kind of do a general come in once in a while, take blow it out, vacuum it out, do what we need to do. Other than that, I don't know if there's a cover or something I'll have to look into that. You know, or I might ask them, you know,
Okay.
the technicians on what they might recommend to kind of, because it's in a dusty situation all the time, you're right.
Yeah.
And that's kind of our nemesis, so. One of the other things we've been working on are the lights in the indoor arena. I have kind of gone and looked over to see what it would cost for us to replace all the lights in our main barn from those T5s to LEDs. We have 264 bulbs in there. $3,000 is basically what we're looking at. And I was going to kind of get with Shaq to kind of see where we might be able to pull some funds from to cover that. I don't know if I got quite enough in my budget or not, but I've been trying to look that over to see if I could cover it.
I'll see if I can pull some from the commissioner's budgets.
Okay.
So, I mean, really, in reality, $3,000 is a
Yeah.
pretty minimal fee
It
for
is.
what we're gonna save in
Correct.
general energy.
Sure.
Because what we're looking at is those are 54-watt bulbs currently, and if we replace them the LEDs, it's a 25-watt bulb. So we're basically cutting the usage of those in half.
Right. Did you ask Empire about a rebate on all of that?
I'm actually talking with them this Thursday.
Okay.
So I'm going to go over some of that with Levi over there, and then they're going to do an audit with us on the fairgrounds
All
to
right.
try to.
I wanna say they do rebate like
Yeah.
a
I don't
third
remember
or
the-
maybe even
Yeah.
close to 50% of that, so that reduces that to
Yes.
1,500.
Yeah, they've been doing some good rebates for us in the past. So
While we're talking electricity at the fairgrounds, now might be a good time to bring Commissioner Copenhaver up to speed on the conversation between three-phase commercial and three-phase general. And Commissioner Lindsay, you're the Empire man, so take it away.
Basically changing over from three-phase commercial to three-phase general, lower the price a hair, but when you go in, if you're thinking about installing solar, it's not gonna make a difference one way or another.
I think it was within 250.
With $250, yeah.
It was pretty minimal. So prior to that, because of the demand rate, so from three-phase commercial, anytime we went over, and we always did before we started changing the lights out there, it was usually March and April were the biggest months when all of the shows are out there. They go over that 75
75 kW, yeah.
kW, which then kicks in the demand rate
Which you have to pay for every
all
month.
year, every month. So since we've updated everything specifically, except for this exception of the lights in the main arena, which is what we're looking at, it then reduces that even more, so that we should never hit that demand rate, because that demand rate, that's the big fee, and it's expensive. And if we do decide to go ahead with that system, if there's a grant available for that, then it would be better to be behind the meter, and then
Right.
that would be three-phase general.
Right, not commercial.
So it's kind of complicated. We do have a bunch of slides and shows, but a couple weeks ago, Andy was here kind of going over that with us. So the biggest thing for us is to get the rest of the barn changed out to LEDs, so that we can keep that consumption down, so that we never hit that demand rate over that 75 kVA.
And then if we go to three-phase general, Empire, of course, owns the transformer. We're saying that we're not going to exceed that, and so then they have the ability, if they need that transformer somewhere else, to take it out and replace it, and then we can't exceed that 75 without blowing the system. So,
Right.
Which we typically never would, because the whole, the way the systems are designed is to hit net zero. So we're gonna always produce as much power as we use, and that's figured annually. So that's about we've been working on that a couple of years.
and I'm sure there's more to come. But I believe for the last 18 months is what they've, was the report that we've stayed under that 75 kV. So it's gave us
Correct.
the
So when
ability to
we-
look
You've
at
been under
that.
that for more than a year now.
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
So when we first requested it, they gave us an audit, and then we couldn't request another audit for at least 18 months. So we just finished that audit, so it's been more, yeah, it's probably been,
And then hopefully when he comes out and looks over, maybe he can give us an idea if there's something else that we need to look at.
And he
As
might
far-
be able to spec your bulbs to a point where you get more light inside the building.
Gotcha.
Because there's different temperatures of bulbs that put out different ray of lights, different colors of light.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So-
You know, if you don't have an indoor roping event with just disco lights, I don't even know what you're doing out there. Strobe lights and roping.
That'd set a horse off, wouldn't it?
I think that's where safety comes into our factor.
sometimes Shaq doesn't have the greatest of ideas. So keep going, Justin.
Okay. So lights, the handicap lift. One of the other things that we've kind of been discussing lately has been a grant that the Ute Mountain Rodeo has been working on to help expand our parking lot out there. So we've kind of been, that's something they're trying to get as far as the grant, and then us supporting them. And then us maybe doing a little bit of work as far as the dirt part goes. But that's something you'll be hearing us talk about here shortly, probably. I want to say that's about it as far as what we got going on. Another one is the murals. We're trying to get somebody to come in and kind of paint some sort of nice mural over by our handicap entrance. Kind of, spice that up and make it look a little more presentable. I haven't been able to get anybody to kind of give us anything yet. I know we've been working on it, but
We're just gonna have to ask her to meet on a non-commissioner day, and you and I sit down with her.
okay.
Right, it doesn't have to be on a commissioner day. You guys meet, and then you can bring it forth to a workshop. Bring us 3-4 proposals of what you think the design should be, and then we
Okay.
can say yay or nay, but you don't need us to be in that meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think what we found, Commissioner Stevenson and I went to a luncheon the end of November, 1st of December, and there is funding out there through an actual foundation, not a local foundation here, so that we can actually do a mural out there to enhance that. Obviously, we'd have to apply for it, but I think that, one of the biggest reasons that we were looking at cost, because it is a big wall or big walls to put this on. But anyway, the funding is basically, we have ideas for that. Now we just have to have the ideas of the mural to go, how to figure out how to cost it.
Yep. So that's another thing we've kind of been looking at. Other than that, I think that's pretty much all I have as far as what we're trying to do is those small improvements out there, getting things done. Unless you guys can think of anything else I missed.
I don't think so.
Okay. So if you want to move over to I got our year-end budget for 2021 on how we ended up, and I'll just kind of go over that for you so you kind of have a general idea. If you look at our revenue last year was $93,487 and 49 cents. I also have in-kind trade there. We do in-kind trade with predominantly the Ute Mountain Rodeo. They kind of improve our outdoor arena, and we in-kind trade them for that. So that money doesn't actually go into the general fund. It's just something we trade out, and that was $14,725 last year. If you go down to our budget part, you'll see what our budget consists of as far as operating, utilities, fleet costs, etc. We ended up spending $176,985.04 last year. That was a little over $15,000 less than our budgeted amount. And we did spend a little more than I was expecting to spend last year, just because we did have some equipment costs that come into play. If you go on down to the Conservation Trust, we get grant monies from GOCO, basically, which is lotto funds. And That's able to go into the maintenance or capital improvement of recreational purposes on public sites. So last year we had $84,839 that we used from that, which was a little less than we budgeted. But to just kind of give you a general oversight, what came out of general funds was the $176,000, and then what we put in was the $93,000. So kind of give you guys an idea of where our year-end stuff was. Any questions on that? Okay. I think that's pretty much about all I have. So unless you guys got questions for me.
I don't think so at this point in time, if you guys don't.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
And hopefully
right,
next
thank
month
you.
I'll have some updates for our electric and handicap lift. So
Perfect. Thank you
right.
for getting that
Yep.
put together, because typically, like your schedule shows in March, those shows start happening, and if we do have anything up there, it'd be nice to have that lift working.
yes, it will. So
Oh, you did forget one thing also too, the fire sprinkler system.
oh yes, that is correct. We put out to bid our fire suppression system, and that was awarded to Cooper. So they're supposed to come in and replace a lot of the fire suppression out there in our building, as far as brackets, heads, putting it in areas that it wasn't put in that it needs to be put in. That's their side of it. Plus, we're having Montezuma Water come in and put in a meter that's just for the fire suppression dedicated line. So they're going to have to run a meter and line to the building. This is going to probably start May 23rd is what we're looking at. As far as the start date, I'm still kind of in communication with them to make sure everything works in everybody's schedule. But that's kind of what we're looking at. The end of May, we'll get in there and have them get all that done. So I think
And I
that's
think-
kind of,
I think that is the last big issue that the fairgrounds
Yeah, it is.
that we're dealing with right now.
mhm.
So it'll be a static line going to the sprinkler system, and then it'll be a dry system from there on out.
Yeah, and Cooper come out the other day to kind of map out the system so they could get a drawing made up. And then once they get that drawing made up, then we'll go back to Montezuma with, what they need as far as demand, a flow and a gallon per minute. Then I believe they're going to size the system to that. So we're still a little unsure whether it's going to be like a 4-inch line or a 6-inch line or whatever have you. But they say they're going to match it, so
Yeah,
we'll have what we should need.
okay. Thank you.
All righty.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Next, we have unfinished business. And Shaq, if I remember right, we have our grant writer that we need to talk about today with the interviews that we did last week.
That's correct, and we have had one of the applicants withdraw.
Yeah, I just saw that email. So, we had 4 applications that we reviewed.
we did.
We had interviews last week, Monday and Tuesday. We had basically ranked them 1, 2, 3, and 4. The email that we received this morning was that the number one
Number one has
person that we
withdrawn.
wanted to offer the job to has been hired by somebody else.
That's the second time.
So I don't know if we want to do that now, if we need to have a discussion later.
We might put that off and have that discussion later and then make the
so that we
decision.
can,
Because we might all have varying opinions of that.
two of the grant writers are not local. One is out of New Mexico from Farmington. One is in Delta.
Yeah.
Yes, with also property in the municipality of Dolores, so would be here some of the time. Grant writing is a position that could be done somewhat remotely, but obviously there's going to be a lot of in-person stuff as well. As far as where they write their narratives and send them from, could care less, but
So
there's
before
going to
we
be
make that
some.
decision, I'd like to give you the opportunity to at least look at their resumes that they sent to us. I think that would be fair, don't you, Commissioner
Yes,
Lindsay?
I do.
Because now we're 3, but also too, I think if we wait much longer, we're gonna lose,
Time.
we're probably gonna lose all of them. because they are in high demand right now and everybody is scooping them up. So
It's an
if you-
employee's market.
if you have those, would you please email those to Commissioner
Oh.
Copenhagen? So you
And I have them
to
printed
review them?
off if that's better for you.
And we can then make a decision later on this afternoon. We'll give you enough time to look those over, and give you some of our discussion. Or you can read all of our notes that we had through the interview process. But our number one choice did pull out. I read that email this morning. Good for her, but now we have to move on. All right. So we will make that decision later on this afternoon. Let's see, Shaq, do we want to look at our adjustment of the board as far as?
I think we
duties?
do need to go ahead and do that, if the commission is ready to do that. So, I'm gonna bring that up in a Word document so I can edit it as we go. And the commission already appointed department heads at the beginning of the year, so that list is already taken care of. However, now we need to organize the board if the board is ready to do so for the year 2022. This was obviously delayed earlier in Commissioner Stevenson's absence. So the first thing we need the board to decide is who will be the chairman for 2022.
So where Commissioner Lindsay and I left the board appointments right now was to leave it just the same as it was, because obviously we didn't know who was coming on board one way or another. And that's why we moved forward with just leaving it as that was. So we can discuss that, guys, or?
No, I'm fine with that. If Commissioner Copenhagen, are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm fine with it staying the way it is.
All right.
Okay.
Just take those.
Motion to
Well, then
leave the commission as it is?
Okay, and what about AAA?
That's a problem.
I think we need to look at, those below there. I think Triple S, like Shaq just brought up, we had a presentation a couple months ago. We're having struggles covering this. And also, too, realize that if you can't make one of your meetings, call us and see if we can get there. This meeting, we asked them to change to a Thursday in the afternoon.
Or at least put
after
it on off an hour. I mean,
2:30
yeah.
in the afternoon, and it sounds like they can't do that. So I think what Commissioner Lindsay would be asking, is there any way that you can cover the AAA and then leave Commissioner Lindsay as the alternate?
And I want to say right now that it's Wednesdays at 1 o'clock.
Yes.
Wednesdays at 1 o'clock, and they meet.
And they're also meeting virtually, I believe.
Correct. As of right now, they are.
And usually Joel couldn't make that because it was sale day.
Yeah, it was
Wednesday
sale barn
tied
day.
up.
So let's just go through these in order just to make sure I get it correct. So
I think
What-
we're going to change.
I think we'll change
just
it
change
and
it
then
all,
we'll just do a
broad
motion for the whole thing,
Yeah.
Kim. So for the Southwest TPR, Commissioner Candelaria, did you want to stay the primary?
I'm fine with that. These are hard, or not harder, but these are all in the morning, typically always starting no later than 9 o'clock and usually running till noon or 1 o'clock, always on a Thursday. And these are mostly in person. The last meeting was virtual. So this is getting back and forth to Durango for the TPRs, but it's not. Everything now is, you're going to have an option. It's going to be virtual or in person. So I think that's kind of a discussion between Commissioner Lindsay and Copenhagen, if whoever's the most available, if I'm not.
I can do them if it's necessary.
Okay.
All right,
I can-
well then, we can leave that as it is.
Okay, Region 9 Economic Development.
Here again, these meetings are typically in person. They always, or they're having options now. The last meeting that we had was virtual. Joel was the alternate here.
Well, there was actually one last week that nobody attended because you were on CCI legislative deal. So
you have any issues with that. Can you do that? These are mostly in Durango also, unless they're virtual, and then you have the option to stay wherever you have service.
So just to be clear, who are we making the primary?
Myself and alternate would be Commissioner Copenhagen.
Okay.
On AAA, I think it was just discussed that Commissioner Copenhagen would be the primary and Commissioner Lindsay the alternate.
Okay. Any changes to Southwest Workforce Board?
No.
Commissioner Copenhagen, are you good being the alternate? Housing Authority,
Their meetings are always at night,
Yeah.
so that one's an easy one to get to. So I don't mind being the primary on it. We're doing a lot, but if one of you guys want to change that or change the alternate, that's fine.
what
too.
night do they do them on?
It's a
Uh,
Thursday night also.
Okay, so then their Monday and Wednesday nights won't be affected. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That's no problem.
And then Housing Solutions.
Yeah, they meet quarterly, and it's usually on a Wednesday or Thursday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so.
Okay. And you want to stay the primary?
Yeah.
And then do you want to stay the alternate, Candelaria?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense since I'm on the
Housing
Housing Authority of Montezuma County, so.
Okay. This is an interesting one. So Toyac is in your district, Commissioner Copenhagen. I have attended 2 of their board meetings in the last year. The problem is usually their meetings are on Monday and Tuesdays when we're in here. So, but we do need to say who's going to be at least the liaison. I'm happy to do it, or if you want to take that on. I don't know what your relationship is with the tribe. I'm sure you've performed some veterinary medicine down there, but
Yeah, I do quite a bit of work for them, mainly for the enterprise part,
Mhm.
but we do provide veterinary services to both parts, the cattle and for the enterprise and the tribe itself.
I
So-
think that Commissioner Stevenson had the most contact with Mountain View Tribe. That's why we kind of had him do that, because it's kind of difficult when you don't have any communication with anybody down there. We have a couple of their board that does speak to us, but it's not very often.
And again, it's not like the other municipal meetings that you 3 are able to attend in the evenings, in that they have them concurrently with our meetings. So,
You're okay with it?
Yes.
Okay.
I-
We'll
whatever
put
you wanna do.
Commissioner Copenhagen as the primary, and
learn to spell.
typically they're going to have the attorney reach out to Shaq, is kind of what has happened in the last few years. Is the
That's
attorney
usually
reaching out.
SOP. So I'll just keep myself as the alternate unless one of you wants to take it.
I think that's
Okay.
fine the way it is.
Lower Dolores River Group, and I don't know how many times they've actually been meeting. Commissioner Stevenson was on that. I'm happy to put you there. James, do you want to give us an update on how often and when they're meeting, if you know? Okay. They might have gone into remission during COVID.
I think we should have the appointment there in case they do become viable again. And here again, with the water issues that are cropping up, it probably,
Does anybody object to keeping James as the alternate?
I do not.
Okay. Now, I've got a question about this. I'm not sure that we've had anybody participate with Club 20, and I've got an invoice to be paid for membership for the year. Is this something you even want to keep active in?
Club 20 hasn't met much, and when they are meeting, their next meeting's in Denver.
Yeah, I know that Commissioner Tell was pretty active with Club 20,
Yeah.
so I've never had the opportunity to go to well, I shouldn't say the opportunity, I've never went to it because I was always on a different board. So I'm gonna really let you two guys, who's most available to attend the Club 20 meetings, if,
And you can zoom in.
right, they're virtual also.
Yeah. So go ahead and put me up there if you want to.
Okay.
But what's the invoice? What's that cost
Yeah.
of that invoice, I guess, my next question.
Let me pull that up. Give me 1 second.
Club 20 used to be a very strong organization, but it's
It was always a very strong voice for the Western Slope.
changed. It's really changed.
So the invoice is $1,200.
So it's $100 a month.
Yeah.
And it's up to you if you feel that is Commissioner Lindsay buying us enough influence in the state, or if that's...
Let's put that off a week and see. We can still name the people on the board.
Yeah, let's name the people on the board, but let's see if we're gonna
Yeah.
stay, because I think right now most of our, the legislative process is really through CCI now. Not to say that they don't get input from Club 20, because they might, but let's do some research on that. But I would say, if you're okay, Commissioner Copenhagen, leave you and Commissioner Lindsay on there.
Okay. Native fish monitoring and recommendation team. I think they might have had a hybrid meeting last year, but I'm not sure that they've done a whole lot since COVID hit. Well,
think-
you have a pretty good understanding of animal biology.
I've worked with them, with that Lower Dolores River group.
Okay.
Basically, during that whole process, that group was created and started, so, yeah, I have some knowledge of what's happened with that deal there, so I can be on that, it's no problem.
Okay, and then are you good staying the alternate, Commissioner Lindsay?
Yeah.
I'm unaware of any periodical besides the journal that's published enough to meet state statute. So I guess there's no reason to change that. Except for I need one more space there.
CCI gonna work on that this year and try and get that changed again?
Every year.
Every year?
It comes up every year, but it fails every year.
And then Commissioner Candelaria, did you want to stay the representative to Colorado Counties Incorporated?
You know, I do, but I would like to see if, pulling up all of these different boards, because these are super long meetings. Commissioner Stevenson had been trying to get active specifically in public lands with me, because for the 2 days looking at everything that we have to follow, sometimes it would be better to have a couple of us, like, one on public lands, one on, public health. I mean, there are a lot that we're dealing with, Agriculture, Wildlife, and Rural Affairs Committee, I think you would probably be stronger, so if we could kind of double team this, and at those, I think your knowledge in some of those places would be better, so I would like to, I mean, not just be an alternate, but I think try and really attend these meetings, because there's some of this stuff that's hard to follow if you're not 100% up to speed on it. You know, general government, public safety, tax and finance, tourism, transportation. You know, there are a lot of different committees that are chaired. So if you could go to those meetings with me, I think it would be a benefit. Commissioner Stevenson was kind of following in those steps so that he could see what was going on. We still only get one vote, but like when you're in those that you decide to do, the vote then would go to you, and we just have to redesignate who would be voting on those.
So I changed the
Policy.
wording there then, Commissioner, to alternate/concurrent. Does that work?
I would like it.
Okay, and I don't see any reason to change any of you out of your jurisdictions here, so. And the Mancos Town Board is meeting the second and
Second and
fourth
Wednesday.
Wednesday of every month. And then all of these have, well, some of these are updated. I thought I had an updated list. Attorney, McLaren, Englehart, McQuire, Roth. Nope, those are all updated, so that is good. All right, and then I guess since the names have officially changed, we will need a vote.
So move we approve the reorganization of the Montezuma County Commissioners and Boards.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to update and reappoint the Montezuma County Commission organizations of the BOCC. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that's all that I had written down from last week. Shaq, did I forget anything?
I don't think we have anything else under unfinished business.
Okay.
So let me close this. I just
Okay.
sent that.
I would so move that we go into executive session for a conference with the attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses B.
It's been moved and seconded to go into executive session for a conference with the attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses B. And included in that will be the clerk, Ms. Purcell, Commissioners Copenhaver, Candelaria, Lindsay, Attorney McLaren, and Administrator Powers. Is there anybody I've missed?
No, Commissioner, and the purpose of this executive session is to answer specific legal questions pertaining to our fiber optic project/network.
Okay.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We'll be back. Okay, gentlemen, you're live.
I move we come out of executive session.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we exit executive session. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we are back to our regular board meeting. With that, do you guys, we've got a little bit of time. Do you want to go ahead and just do your reports before we break and come back for
Sure.
the afternoon session? Okay. Mr. McLaren.
Couple things to report. Last week we had the discussion about the landfill and the outstanding balance from one of the local trash companies. That balance has been paid in full by that trash company, and so everything's taken care of in that regard. They are current, and the landfill will remain open to them, and so that's certainly a good resolution there. Other than that, Commissioner Copenhaver, again, I'm happy to clue you in on any of the ongoing civil cases that we have. Everything's sort of in a lull right now as far as civil cases go. I did last week. I was in touch with the Colorado CDPHE regarding the chip pile out at Ironwood. They sent me a letter. The state is considering whether they may be able to provide us with some help in resolving that matter. It would probably be legal action, along the lines of legal action. They asked me to provide more information. So I sent them a pretty extensive letter last week, providing them with more information about Ironwood, about steps that the county's taken, and I anticipate they'll get back to me any day with information as to what they may be able to do to help us with that pile. Other than that, nothing really to update in our legal department.
Okay. All right, very good. James. Natural Resources.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Okay, so I'll kind of just give kind of brief overview on what my program is up to here recently, mainly just to kind of give Commissioner Copenhaver an update on where we're at with everything. So we're continuing to work with the federal lands agencies. We offer regular coordination with them. Mostly for the U.S. Forest Service, we're focused up on the Glade Boggy Draw area. Primarily, it's focused on timber operations at this point. Oil and gas operations we've never really done a lot with the Forest Service with regards to oil and gas operations. But again, the state regulatory environment has stiffened up enough to where we're just seeing a diminished use out there on public lands regarding oil and gas. And combined with the soft markets and everything right now, we're just not really that engaged. There's still some potential out there. We still have the shale gas play that could potentially happen, if the market conditions are right. The regulatory environment, I don't anticipate that kind of moving back the other direction at all. So it's probably going to get increasingly difficult. With regards to locatable minerals, we've got very little new activity since the Red Arrow mine closed. There is a little bit of action going on up there on Cavernous Mountain. Alianza is planning to drill some exploratory holes up there. We don't anticipate a whole lot of action with that unless they actually find something and to develop a recovery plan. With regards to grazing, we're continuing to work on grazing issues across the forest, primarily up there in the Glade Boggy Draw area. We're continuing to coordinate with the Rangeland Stewardship Committee on a variety of issues. We've built some pretty good networks in with CSU and tapped into some of their resources, particularly Miss Retta Bruger, who has been able to help us out with doing some of the statistical work on some of the range management issues up there on Glade Boggy Draw. And we've also got a new lady that we're working with Extension Service. She's got that's Emily. I can't remember her last name. Just met her.
Lockhart?
Yes, Lockhart. And she is working on some ideas for new seeding concepts. So the idea would be to try to get some of the seed into our range or into our livestock producers' hands to try to help improve native seed stock out there on some of those allotments. So we'll continue to work with her on that and coordinate with the Rangeland Stewardship Committee on that also.
The timber is really where things are at right now. So we've been coordinating with the U.S. Forest Service on those projects, primarily up in the glade above Dolores, but also kind of further on up there around Dove Creek. The Lone Pine Timber Cut is something that they're working on right now, and they're actually employing some Montezuma County loggers on that cut. Things look pretty good up there, so really encouraged about that. And then, of course, recreation. Recreation has just exploded everywhere, as you well know. And some of it's good, some of it's bad, but it's always going to be some challenges we're going to have to figure out. More than anything, we've seen a huge increase in mountain bike activity, and again, there's some good things and bad things about that. But all other recreational sectors, we're seeing increase in use on also. So we're continuing to advocate for some things, like up at McPhee, the installation of a breakwater, to help facilitate boaters getting on and off the water up there. And of course, we've been working on this for a long time, but the Forest Service has indicated they've actually got some funding to actually be able to do something at this point. As they reported last week, they're on hold, but we'll continue to advocate for that. We're also continuing to advocate and coordinate with the Aquatic Nuisance Program, primarily up at McPhee, but we're concerned about all the other reservoirs, although each reservoir's got its own management, and we're primarily focused on working with the Forest Service. So it looks like we've got some new issues possibly arising up in the glade with unauthorized motorized access. For by and large in that area, I think we've had pretty good luck with everything that has been lined out through the travel management plan. But I think over the last couple of years here, we've been seeing, especially this last year, have been seeing more informal trail networks beginning to develop up there. Primarily I would say it would be east of Dove Creek, kind of that more northern area of the glade up there. With regards to the BLM, we're continuing to work with them, focusing on the grazing permits. Out there in N.M.P.M, we've been working on this for a long time. It seems like there's maybe some movement starting to happen, trying to get the Flowdine and Yellow Jacket allotments back into action out there. The primary holdup right now has really been the cultural resources, and we're working through that with the Colorado State Historic Preservation Office, the SHPO, and SHPO has not really been all that easy to work with over the last few years. Things have changed in that office. Got some new folks in there, and it's been a little bit more of a headwind, I would say, for working with those folks. The other thing we got going is land acquisitions out in N.M.P.M. BLM wants to pick up just a little over 600 acres out there, and of course we've got the resolution in place that establishes a no net loss. And so we're also working with the BLM on trying to identify parcels that they may offer up for disposal. We've gone through and we've mapped all those parcels. We've shared that with the commissioners, and we can get you an updated map on that too, Gerald. But worked with the Rangeland Stewardship Committee on that to identify the parcels that we thought were had a high likelihood of being useful to an adjacent landowner. We evaluated whether or not it had any ag potential, whether it had development potential, and sort of ranked them based on that. And so that would be a recommendation that we can take forward to the BLM. Also expanding recreational use and access issues. We've been working with the BLM on that. We've got some roads out there in N.M.P.M that continue to be an issue. We're trying to sort through those as best we can, working currently on one with Ian right now. But that is just one road. I think we've got other issues out there. The BLM has very few public accesses out there that have actually been perfected. And so a lot of these roads either are going to be a 2477 road or probably prescriptive right-of-way if it showed up on the county map. So we'll just tackle those one at a time, I guess, as they come forward. Is probably the best way to handle that. Of course, we're working on the NCA legislation, the Laura Dolores, and I think that's what kind of happened with that Laura Dolores working group, is everything kind of shifted over to the NCA legislation. And so that's where all the meetings that I'm aware of have really been focused on that legislative committee. And then, as far as the fish monitoring and all that, we met one time last year, is the only time I can recall. And so I think that group is also kind of just kind of ceased to meet as often. We want to stay engaged with it, monitor what's happening there, but I don't think it's a real active group right now. So oil and gas activities on N.M.P.M is similar to the Forest Service. Most of it's diminished in activity and is focused on private lands right now, the split estate type properties. We are currently working on identifying a route that would connect Montezuma County with the Rimrocker Trail, and this is really not to establish any kind of new trail. It's mainly just to put up some signs to say, hey, this is a route, and would consolidate some use out there. And then the other thing about that is to really kind of market that trail, and that's part of the tourism aspect of it, but also part of really trying to manage recreation in that area. So there's a growing demand for so these long distance bicycle tours. Also, motorized is a piece of that. We always keep motorized in mind, and also, demand for making linkages that happen to other regional trails like that Rimrocker Trail. Then we're also engaged in trying to find suitable locations for an alternative shooting range site. It appears that the current shooting range property that we've got out there, which is on state land board, may be in jeopardy, and we're trying to work with the BLM at trying to find an alternative location for that. There's the demand for a long-distance shooting range location, something 1,000 yards. That's a lot harder to find. Certainly on the radar screen, but much, much harder to find. We'll probably be lucky if we find something that can suitably replace just what we've got. However, we'll diligently kind of keep looking at that. And of course, I'm continuing to work with the planning department wherever I can, wherever they need a little extra help. Special projects, for example, a special review of the Ironwood facility, things like that. Grant writing. I've just finished up writing a grant to DOLA for the planning department, and of course I'm continuing to oversee the floodplain development permitting process. We're under increased scrutiny from FEMA. Basically, just had some folks up the Dolores River that have been calling FEMA and asking them what we're up to, and so they've contacted us and said, hey, we're going to come down and we're going to audit your process and everything. Well, to date, that hasn't happened, and I just my strategy is every time we get any little thing up there, I just call them up and just pester the heck out of them, and so far so good. They haven't been really showing any new signals of trying to come down here recently. Emergency management, so I've been working on updating the community wildfire protection plan. That's been completed, and we've got a draft that's out there in circulation right now, and I'm coordinating, of course, with Jim Spratlin on that. Economic development, still participate in tourism-related planning activities, coordinating with Mesa Verde Country, Trail of the Ancient Scenic Byway, any of that kind of stuff that comes up, we'll try to engage in. Of course, any recreational issues on public lands, and then working with the economic development team, also just really trying to work on trying to make this a suitable environment, regulatory and otherwise, for new businesses to come into our county and set up operation, but also to grow and really most importantly to grow any existing businesses that we've already got. Of course, I'm also get assigned to special projects on not really a regular basis, but those include things like historic preservation, recreation issues, things like that. For example, the breakwater, past the Mesa Verde Trail, things of that nature. And mainly, I do the grant writing that kind of supports any of those program activities. So the committees that I'm currently sitting on, I'm coordinating with the Montezuma County Recreation Advisory Committee, working with the Dwarf Coordinating Committee, Trail of the Ancients Advisory Committee. I've applied to the BLM Southwest RAC. We haven't got our appointments on that yet, but I anticipate those anytime soon. And then also continue to work with the Rangeland Stewardship Committee. So I think it's kind of a long overview of everything I'm working on here right now, but good to do once a year anyway. So.
Appreciate it, Jim.
Okay. Well, thank you, gentlemen, and welcome back, Gerald.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Okay. Shaq.
All right, good morning and welcome, Commissioner Copenhaver. I spent a fair amount of time with Commissioner Copenhaver on Friday. updating him kind of where county departments are at, and give him a copy of the budget to take home and to look over. We're going to talk a little bit about economic recovery and resiliency and where we're at on that this afternoon. I've also scheduled myself and Commissioner Copenhaver to participate with the community intervention program on Friday so that he will be up to speed on that. The one thing I did want to update Commissioner Copenhaver on today, and this would just be kind of a way by way of review for the other commissioners, is that our Attorney General, Phil Weiser, along with the Attorney Generals in several other states, have participated in a class action lawsuit against pharmaceutical manufacturers. They've been largely successful in that lawsuit, and as a result, there's opioid settlement money that's coming down to all the local governments. It is paid out over the course of 18 years. Montezuma County's portion comes out to a little over $300,000 spread out over 18 years, which isn't even enough to hire a part-time employee. So the state has separated regions to handle this opioid money, and ours is the same 5-county region as Region 9 and our CDOT region and all of that, Archuleta, La Plata, San Juan, Dolores, and Montezuma counties. We have spoken at length about every local government within the region just pooling their money so that we can leverage it to have more use out of it. We signed an IGA with the state of Colorado about all the agreements that were in place with that. And then last Tuesday, the commissioners signed a local IGA with the 5-county region to participate in that. They've nominated or appointed myself to represent the county, and we have to have council, or we have to have representation from social services and public health as well. They appointed Laurel Schaefer from public health as the primary and Bobby Locke as the alternate, and then Jessica Thurman from social services. And so the next step on that, after all of the local governments sign on to the bylaws and local IGA, will be developing a 2-year plan. And one of the first steps that they're looking at, Region 9 has secured grants for a feasibility study, which normally I'm opposed to feasibility studies. I think they tend to waste time and money both. Either you need something or you don't. But there is a situation in which part of the population and some of the providers are saying that we don't need inpatient treatment, and there's another way to go with that. And then law enforcement and other interested parties are saying there's a clear need for inpatient treatment. And so the feasibility study is really going to help kind of resolve that. Once that step is done, maybe even before, we've got to develop a 2-year plan of what we're going to do with the initial disbursement of money, and we have to have that developed before there's any disbursement of funds from the state on that. And at this point, La Plata County is going to be the fiscal agent, but all counties and one municipality within each county, as well as law enforcement and the judiciary, will all have, and public health and departments of social and human services will all have representation on that board of how the money gets spent. And so I'm happy to send you specifics in the contracts if you want to look them over. But that is where we're at. The name of the region, not that it matters, is the SWORD, the Southwest Opioid Response District. And so I'll be keeping the commission apprised of what is happening with that as it develops.
Okay. That it?
That's all I have this week, Commissioners.
Okay.
Thank you,
well,
Shaq.
Yes, thank you. We'll go to the Commissioner's report. Commissioner Lindsay.
Yes, a few phone calls, few emails, few people come up and ask a little bit of questions, not much activity there. I did attend the, not in person, but on YouTube, the city council meeting for Cortez. Had their workshop, mostly centered around some housekeeping and personnel that was going on. One group is still wanting to put a band shell in City Park, and they're talking about that. And the regular meeting, they spoke and approved drive-up windows for marijuana dispensaries, and no, take that back, walk-up windows. They're still talking about drive-up windows. I don't think they're going to approve drive-ups. Also, they talked about their upcoming election, which is April 5th. They have 4 seats open, and 10 candidates have been put on the list. Dennis Spruill, Bill Banks, Matthew Kiefhofer, George Tripp, Robert Dobry, Rafe O'Brien, Lydia DeHaven, Houston Frizzell, Justin Vasterling, and Sean Dolan. And so you get, city residents get to pick 4 out of that list. Then the next evening I went to Mancos, attended their meeting, and Region 9 put on a good little discussion about numbers of jobless people, economics. It's a pretty good presentation if you get a chance to see it. And also I updated Mancos on the gravel pit that we've been talking about. And then yesterday we were all at a funeral service for Joel. That's all I have.
Okay. I will give you the opportunity, Commissioner. But go ahead.
I just want to thank all of you for getting me up to speed and getting started on this project, and I hope I can help you out.
All right, look forward to it. Okay, mine started Wednesday with NACO transportation meeting. It was just a quick legislative meeting, and that took only about an hour. Went Thursday, Friday into all day long meetings with CCI. Voted on, we actually took positions on all the bills that were in the hoppers. First it started with agricultural, wildlife and rural affairs. We went into general government, health and human services, justice and public safety, public lands, tax and finance, tourism and resort economic development committee, transportation, telecommunication. That was a 2-day process, and took positions on all those bills. And just for your guys' knowledge, if you want to look at those, how it was voted on, you can always look at it through CCI's websites. I also was contacted via phone call and an email by a, which I forwarded on to you, but I will forward it on to you, by a Kirk Motz.
Yeah.
About the Ironwood, expressing that he had been trying to work with Ironwood since its inception to try and get the bark out of there, but they could never come to an agreement. I informed him to reach back out to the owners or investors to see if he could still do something to hopefully get some of that bark addressed and start pulling it out of there. He was from Grand Junction, and then he followed up with an email. Let's see, obviously yesterday Commissioner Lindsay already said we were at a funeral services for Commissioner Stevenson, and that's all I have. And with that, we are going to take a break for lunch, and we'll be back here at 1:30 to go over the rest of the agenda, and then at 4 p.m. we have a tour of the jail of the detention center. So that will be your annual tour that we are required by statute, and that way we can actually show you the deficiencies that we're looking at as far as long-term and the expansion of it. So we will see you at 1:30. Thank you all. Okay, welcome back, everybody. It is 1:30, and we're going to go ahead and jump back into our agenda. And we have, first off, the Economic Development Team and introductions, and then give us an overview of what's happening. So if you would come forth to the mics. So let's start with introductions, and we'll start from my left, Mr. Roth, and then we'll go down the table again.
Doug Roth with GIS. I'll get you. Doug Roth, GIS Manager.
James Dietrich, Montezuma County Natural Resources.
Don Haley, Planning Director.
Jane Duncan, Planning Assistant.
And also not present today from our team is Rachel Medina, the GIS Specialist. She is at another meeting in La Plata County.
Other members of what we'd consider to be the team that we formed essentially at the beginning of COVID is the intent of assisting with business outreach. Is also Rachel Marchbanks, who served as our grant coordinator here at the county, and she's now going to be community development director with the city of Cortez. And Robert Dolbury. Anybody else?
Greg Felson.
Greg Felson from the Extension Office.
And award-winning Shaq Powers.
And myself, so thank you.
Yeah.
Did you see his trophy?
No, I seen a piece of paper that announced it.
We'll actually address that here in just a minute. I think Commissioner Lindsay wants to speak to that a little bit, and so will I. But we'll let you go ahead.
I think that's most of the group.
Yeah.
Besides Region 9 with all kinds of support data and direction and everything else they give our region.
Region 9 does provide a tremendous amount of support to our group. So, and I would like to mention, while everybody's throwing out awards, that the entire team won an award from the Economic Development Council of the state. So I definitely appreciate the work from this team. Part of what this team has been working on is responding to projects that come down from the Colorado Office of Economic Development and International Trade. Anytime a growing company is looking to expand and relocate huge companies, we usually get sent a project packet from the Office of Economic Development and International Trade. And while we have found that they don't know who we are in rural Colorado and how to send us anything that would actually fit in to here, we've learned a lot about what companies are looking for and the how they like to have material presented. And so we've developed that into templates that we've used for our own recruitment processes to go after companies that would probably be more of a match for our area.
And right now, if I may, a couple of the companies that we have had conversation with, and we actually did a tour. It was late summer, I would call it. Basically, we went to La Plata County to review one of the companies that were looking to relocate over here, if it was feasible for them, and it was the cross-laminated timber, right?
Timber
Correct,
Age.
from
Timber Age.
Timber Age.
Or Timber Age, and that's what they were doing. So they do cross-laminated panels, they glue them together, and then they send them out to people for houses, barns, structures, kind of anything like that. They use a lot of the smaller logs. They actually bring in their own logs. They actually have their own mill set up. They dry them, and then they actually put go into the process of laminating them. It was done on a very small footprint. I think he was asking for 3 acres, basically. And the facility that they had that we viewed was probably not even 3 acres. And the building that they were functioning out of at that time was probably about, what, 1,200 square feet, maybe? It was tiny.
Maybe, yeah,
It was
How
small. It was
small
extremely small.
So that's one of the people they've talked to. Another one would be Todd Rosenthal. What's the name of that?
Rossignol.
Rosenthal? Yeah. Company which does housing and trying to get them into a facility over here, which it sounds like they've got a couple of them identified that will work for their manufacturing plant, to bring those into Montezuma County too. So it actually helps cure a couple of things. One, there's more jobs that are out there if they are able to come over here, and then it also provides housing, not only for this area, but even specifically out into the reservation, which was, I think, 40,000 homes short.
Yeah,
At
a lot.
at the present time, and they were looking more like Hogans. But it wouldn't just be that, it would be any kind of needs that would fill this community also for affordable housing. So they've done a pretty unique, they've got a unique job to fill, and they've been doing a great job of reaching out along with OEdit and what's been being handed to them, so that we can survey them, hopefully bring in the right people.
Yeah, you want me to give him his award now? It goes on to state, Shaq Powers, Administrator of Montezuma County, has been awarded the Ed Moreland Economic Development Leader of the Year by Region 9 Economic Development District, Region 9 Board of Directors. Every year, Region 9 honors a Southwest Colorado resident that goes beyond their paid position and makes a significant positive impact in the field of economic development. Powers was recognized at Region 9's Board of Directors meeting held January 27th. He was honored for creating an economic development team among county staff to work on economic development priorities such as housing, business support, and attraction and infrastructure development. Shaq has worked closely with the Region 9 during the development of disaster assistance loans and grants for businesses during COVID, said Laura Lewis Marchino, Executive Director of Region 9. He has a very collaborative approach and includes representatives of the surrounding municipalities, understanding the concept that rising tide lifts all boats. Congratulations, Shaq.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I'd just like to say that none of that would be possible without the team that's actually doing the work. So I just want to give props to the team for doing everything that they do, because there's not any way that I would be able to do even part of it alone. So back to the team.
So it is a pretty unique team, and I mean, I think right now for something that we had to develop basically through COVID and what we can use now going forward, it's a pretty good tool for us. And Shaq, I knew about this award because we had to vote on it, I think, in October, so I've had to keep my mouth shut for 3 months.
Well, I appreciate the vote of confidence.
It's hard for Jim.
Anyway, anything else you guys would like?
Yep, they got some more.
You know, I just want to say a lot of what we worked on is just trying to get ready for businesses that have an overview. You know, I don't feel 2 years ago before we started this that we would have been prepared to answer the questions that businesses who were serious about locating in Montezuma County, we wouldn't have those answers for them. And we're trying to, so that if we get those calls that we do know what incentive packages are available, where the infrastructure is, we can provide some location services, what the planning department would have an idea of, what the process would look like. And I think we're a lot better prepared now than we were then. yeah, I would, I guess that's how I would start.
Yeah, I think I'll follow up on that. A lot of it really is kind of business support systems and what we can figure out how we can figure out how to collaborate together to help businesses as they become interested in Montezuma County, how we're going to fit them in with the municipal structure as well as the county structure. I mean, there's kind of a big difference between the municipal and the county development. And really, the county has kept everything in a low regulatory environment. We're really pro-business and really actively try to recruit businesses in. And one of the ways we do that is informal networking. Most of the positive responses we've gotten have been us going out and reaching out to people and trying to figure out how to make those connections happen. But along the lines of business support, we realize that you're working with Region 9, OEDA, all those resources out there that we can possibly tap into and help those businesses also connect with also, including the Small Business Development Center, but also area chambers of commerce, anything like that. And it goes on, I think, even to include, the local planning department, as well as, how we're gonna educate future workforce too. So we need to kind of roll education into that also.
And I think James brought up a good point of differentiating between rural and urban economic development or county or municipal. Certain things that we can develop in the county, you're never going to develop in the municipality, such as large solar fields, oil wells, lumber yards, or mills, I suppose. Some of those things are just never going to be a good fit for Main Street. And so while we're collaborating closely with the municipalities, we also recognize that they've got strengths and we've got strengths. And certain things that'll fit in the municipality won't fit in the rural areas, and certain things that you want to put out in the county are just never going to make sense downtown.
So we've got a lot of opportunities to kind of work together to try to create things like business parks, multiple use business parks, things of that nature. Obviously, we can do a lot, as Shaq said, we can do a lot more out in the county than we can do in municipalities. But again, there could be overlap in some of those, and finding the right place for that is something that we're interested in trying to help with. I mean, another thing that we can help with is building roads. Obviously infrastructure is a big part of economic development. Where that infrastructure is located, as local government, one of the things that we can do is roads. We deal with that all the time. And of course, we want to try to help, connect people with the other service providers, be it electric or water, whatever it takes. But that's a part of it too. And then I think another thing we are continuing to battle, be it in municipalities or whether it's in corporate areas, is the NIMBYism. Virtually every development proposal we get, somebody's got a problem with it, and it doesn't matter what it is. So that's going to be a continuing battle that we're going to have to face, and probably every single one of these we're going to have to address that on.
I would say probably the biggest thing and the simplest thing that we've done, the message that we've gotten out with the help of Region 9, is that we're open for business. We're open for bring your ideas, we'll work with you, and getting that word out. I think it does get out through circles, and that does matter, and that kind of presents some opportunities, that enable some opportunities when people hear about that. We're also facing some of the same challenges that have been going on a long time, where sometimes small businesses that have been successful in the area grow to a point where they might have to either move out of the area, move out of the United States. What can we do to retain those businesses in our area is an important aspect of what we're trying to look at.
One of the positives we have in the county as well, as we discussed on our planning grant application, we don't have a whole bunch of roadblocks preventing development. We don't have a land use code that is so restrictive that if you don't fit in the box, then you don't get to move forward with your process or your plans. So in a way, on our planning grant, it kind of left us with not many options to work on. But one of the benefits is out of the 15 things listed, 13 of them we didn't have barricades stopping us because we haven't put those in place, and we don't have to redo the code and go a roundabout process that way. So that's one of the positives here, and like Doug was saying, we're open for business. We get a lot of calls from La Plata County because they've heard and they understand that the process is much quicker, simpler, easier over here. Not that it's automatic, but if their project fits, then it can get approved. And Region 9 helps us with those contacts as well. They actually have set up, they do a 5-year cycle. It's a comprehensive economic development strategy, SEDS, if you like acronyms, that just lists the county level data. It gives planning visions, goals, specific strategies for reaching those goals, and identified community projects. So it's kind of an outline of how and what we have to offer. And then Shaq has on the board the CDAP, which is the Community Development Action Plan. So that's more of the plan. As you can see there, we've ranked different items. There's some 15 different categories, all the way from public infrastructure, public lands, land use, transportation, arts and culture, so on and so forth. And those are all ranked. And then that is reviewed every 2 years and updated every 2 years, so that we can kind of keep the high priority items in front of everybody as well as the public, so they can kind of see what and where we're looking at development and see if they've got an idea or a business that can fit in there.
And Commissioner Copenhaver, I'll be emailing those to you so you can look them over. But this team spent well over a year working on this, and I think the previous commission just passed it a few months ago.
I want to say it was early in the year.
Yeah, which seems like just a few months ago. But yeah, early next year.
Early last year. Yeah, they passed it early next year.
I remember it was a long meeting night. I think we got out of here like at 7, 8 o'clock that night.
Was it that long?
On a work session night. It was long. But we went through the entire CDAP to reprioritize everything that was on there.
Yeah, I think that whole form has 45, 50 different line items.
It's
so
long.
It's
and there's several tabs on the actual spreadsheet, one for each municipality and one for the tribe as well. But what Don was saying about we don't have all of those roadblocks in the way that other land use codes have, and we don't have the government restriction. I think one thing this team has done really well is recognizing what government does well and what government doesn't do well. And one thing that I think everybody agrees that government doesn't do well is telling people what to do with their own property. And then there are other things that government does do well, like helping to build out infrastructure so that development can actually happen.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things I think about is having those discussions with utilities as far as building out road infrastructure that can combine with roads. So there's all the utilities are looking for assurance if they're looking to build out to an area, what area is going to see growth, and where should we invest our money in? Empire Electric's not going to just build something speculatively, nor is the sanitation district or Montezuma Water Company. But if you work together, and it's very similar, probably the best example of this is the Road J, the extension of 7th Street out. It was a collaborative process that made sense. It helped out the school district. There's now fiber optic, there's water line, and sewer infrastructure in that area, and it enables development to occur. It's not like the county's not out developing, but it's enabling development by visionary projects like that.
And development's already occurring out there.
Correct.
In a hurry.
Yeah.
And so one of the forward-looking goals of this team is to work collaboratively with all of the municipalities on the 1 and 3 mile plans to just say, hey, where does it really make the most sense to develop housing, develop industry, what actually makes sense, and how do we align this with the utility providers and the other stakeholders in the area so that everybody's working on the same page. And one thing that the commissioners have done well over the last couple of years is making sure that those lines of communication are open with the municipalities by attending their meetings and vice versa.
I guess, one other thing that we are working on, and since this is none of our primary job is not doing this economic development, so I think the biggest struggle we have right now is trying to squeeze those tasks in amongst our regular set of duties. One thing I think we are working on is creating at least a good website that promotes Montezuma County, outlines why our community is a good place, kind of a face sheet, gives some prospectus information, some statistics, something that we started working on with Heather Otter out of Region 9 late last fall, and going to have to pick that up again here. But I think that would be, if places are looking and they're searching for information, you have to have something out there that they can kind of feed off of that's going to get them to call Shaq or Don and go from there.
Just one of the, for me, one of the biggest wins that, along with this team and the commission, we were able to get the M&M cleaned up. First of all, we knew that we had an issue just to get the environmental portion of it cleaned up, but now that we got that cleaned up, now we're able to move forward with the economic development of it, which is moving slowly at this point in time, but Love's is still slated to go in down there where the M&M was located. But part of that is pulling in these people that are interested in doing something, but obviously with this one we had to take care of an environmental cleanup before we could even move forward, which was 20 years in the making, 20-some years in the making. It just sat down there with an environmental process that nobody wanted to tackle, and it was done. And now, hopefully, in 2022, we'll have a new Love truck stop down there.
Hopefully sooner than later. They're still engineering.
Hopefully sooner than later, but
Right.
Wheels grind
But-
slowly.
At a minimum,
Engineering
it's
down there is
cleaned
a
up.
difficult task.
So one of the things that Doug alluded to is all of these guys have, and myself included, have a full-time job in addition to economic development. And while it is all of our priority, our previous grant writer, Rachel Marchbanks, was able to secure a grant from DOLA that will 75% fund an economic development coordinator for 1 year and then 50% the following year. And then we'd be on our own to retain that person after that. But we have that out to advertise right now. What happens now is we'll meet concerning something that needs to be addressed, and everybody walks away with assignments from the meeting, and it might take 6, 8, 10 weeks to get the assignments done because we all have so many other things going on. And so the hope is that we'll have this economic development coordinator to walk away with the task list and actually get the job done. Another grant that she was successful in writing for us was for the Economic Recovery and Resiliency Program that we are seeing from DOLA. And so this team has been working along with the municipalities, Dolores County, and the tribe to work on our recovery from everything that happened in 2020 and 2021, as well as diversifying our economy. I think we all recognize that our economy is a lot like a three-legged stool, in that we depend heavily on oil and gas, especially the county, specifically upon Kinder Morgan, and then agriculture, and then tourism. And of course, starting in 2020, oil and gas began taking a beating. The Kinder Morgan production has been down 36%. Of course, everybody's frightfully aware how drought continues to impact agriculture and where we're going with that. And I don't think that anybody has the desire to see us become the next Moab, where the only leg we have remaining is tourism. So we're working on that diversification and resiliency piece in collaboration with Dolores County, the tribe, and the municipalities.
And just recently, I've been in contact with Jeremy Patton down at the airport, since he's had a year to kind of shuffle through all their stuff that was and wasn't done down there. He's real interested in expanding that airport, not in the immediate future, but in the distant future, as well as a possible business park, industrial park, which is something that we're working on as well. So in the future, we will have him invited to our meetings as part of his plan and our plan, and see if there can be something coordinated there in that development.
They used to have a committee that oversaw the airport and its acquisitions. Is it still effective?
That's all disbanded, and
That's too bad.
all their hangars all have different lease agreements, and some are contradicting with theirself, and so they're gonna have to get a city attorney to review all that. There's a possible big company looking to locate down there, not just one hangar, but an operation.
Right.
So,
That
I mean,
committee was
his vision
responsible.
is to actually put an east-west runway in,
Yeah.
so you don't have the crosswind issues that we have now. But that would come with some major road realignment, and of course with the fiber optic that we paired with the city to get it down there to the corner of G and 491, that's a big step in then getting it on out to the airport. And obviously that road would have to be upgraded and updated and repaired, but
And the city's talking, negotiating EAS again.
And that brings me to a point that EAS, for those who don't know, is Essential Air Services, and that is being discussed. And I had a meeting with Drew Sanders, the city manager of Cortez, and apparently that's going to be a big agenda item at their next meeting, which won't be tonight, but the following week. And the city has asked that there be a show of support from the commissioners that evening to be able to speak to and about the importance of air service to Montezuma County.
Which one of you wants to go?
Commissioners, all three of you.
I was gonna say, I think that's coming up.
my nameplate doesn't have a C on it.
But we will have Vicky public
You bet.
notice that. And so some of the things that the team has identified that need to be addressed moving forward in recovery. James alluded to business support services and education and workforce development. There's been talk about housing. Obviously, drought mitigation is a big part of that. And another focus, though it's not specialized from this team, is realizing the behavioral health issues that have sprung up all over the area, both with mental health disorders and substance use disorders and the adverse effect that those are having on the economy. And so that's another piece that's being worked on in collaboration with really the whole region, but specifically with the tribe in Dolores County, and then as part of the SWORD and realizing and the community intervention plan, while separate from the economic development plan. There's no doubt that these problems are all tied to the economy. And when you take it to its biggest scale, you know, in a world economy, China has 1.3 billion people. We have 330 million Americans. So in order for us to compete in a global economy, we really need all people that can be in the workforce hitting on all 8 cylinders. And to not address that economically could be a disaster for the entire nation, not just Montezuma County.
Okay. Anything else?
We're still just working on bringing in some manufactured housing people as a twofold deal there, to bring in obviously affordable housing, but also workforce housing, so the workers that need to come to do the work have a place to live. Because as you know, it's expensive, it's limited, rent is hard to find, and it's double what it should be. So,
and part of the idea for the recruiting home manufacturers is the fact that, you know, everybody says what can't be done here because of transportation. We don't have major interstates, airports, rail lines, shipyards, but as our GIS department has pointed out, we're equal distance from Denver, Salt Lake, Phoenix, Las Vegas, and closer to Albuquerque and Santa Fe. And that region in between is the most natural disaster-free area on Earth. We don't have tornadoes, earthquakes, hurricanes, floods, any of that. So it's the ideal place to have manufactured homes. Not only that, a lot of the region is so remote that it's hard to site build a house. And so it really makes a lot of sense for them to be going after the home manufacturers to both provide jobs and meet the housing need.
I think, you know, one of the things that we learned is you can't just go out and recruit a business. You need a workforce, you need a housing stock, and you need educational opportunities for your citizens to learn those skills that are needed. So really working on all 3 of those issues. You know, if you look back 10 or even 5 years ago, you could buy houses all day long for $100,000, you know, here, and that's just not the case anymore. So we're starting to lose that one leg of the stool there if there's not the housing stock that you know, our median income family can afford. So trying to see that, trying to find solutions for that, I think are key. We've had conversations. There's a gentleman who's leading a workforce training out of the Cortez High School. It's a new position. Discussions with that individual, with the PCC, is also reacting to some of the workforce training needs that are here. You know, those are the types of things that we need to be a little more proactive about.
For example, we're hoping to influence more trades coming out of the local schools, especially if we are successful in recruiting home manufacturers. You know, the trades will be needed for that. Those provide good jobs. But furthermore, you can outsource an engineer. At this point, you can outsource counseling. Even a lot of the medicine is telemedicine, but you can't outsource a plumber or an electrician when you need it.
They don't have teleplumbing yet.
Not yet.
Shaq tries. You've heard him talk, right?
that's kind of an overview. Any questions for these people at all? Okay. All right, well, thank you all. Appreciate your time. And Don, I'm gonna kind of skip, since you're sitting right there, talk about land use enforcement issues.
Okay.
For you and Sherry Jane, we'll just kind of skip around since you guys are already sitting right here, if that's okay. And I'll let you two guys hang out and listen.
Ollie Ollie oxen free.
We'll step down to land use issues instead of having to bring you guys back in here.
So, and I can help with this discussion too, Don. I certainly don't want to step on your toes.
Oh, no,
So
you're
feel
fine.
free to jump in if you have anything to add. But, you know, I know over the last 6 or 7 months, a big priority of this commission has been to try to get properties into compliance with our land use code. There are a lot of properties around the county that, for lack of a better term, are way out of compliance. And so we've been working hard to get some of those properties into compliance with the code that we've been given. To that end, we've got a couple active land use cases in county court right now that are dealing with properties that are out of compliance. We've got we're making some progress in that regard. We've got one case that a default judgment was, or a default finding was entered. The landowner failed to respond, and so at this point we'll get a default judgment that'll allow us to get a lien on that property, and then we can move that process forward. As far as getting it cleaned up, it's not going to solve that in the immediate future, but Commissioner Copenhaver, just so you're aware, and certainly Commissioner Lindsay and Commissioner Candelaria are aware of this, but there are statutes that basically say that if an individual is out of compliance with the land use code, for every day that they're out of compliance, they can be fined up to $1,000 a day. They can also be guilty of a Class 3 misdemeanor for each day that they're out of compliance with the land use code. So there are some pretty stiff penalties in Colorado pertaining to land use code issues and land use code enforcement. That's the mechanism we've been using. You know, certainly it's a huge job across the county. I mean, there are a lot of properties that are not in compliance, and you know, we're just one legal office, so we're going to try to bring as many of these as we can, but we have to be judicious too in terms of picking properties and then trying to, I mean, ultimately the goal is to get everybody into compliance, but we have to be selective, and so you know, thus far we're really focusing on properties that are kind of the worst of the worst, really you know, significant building violations, you know, multiple houses or trailers on a property, those sorts of things. And so I don't know, Don, is there anything that you want to add?
I'd like to chime in with just a little bit of the backstory behind this, because it's my understanding and certainly my hope that all three commissioners, including you, Commissioner Copenhaver, are big advocates of private property rights, and that the idea isn't that we would be trying to govern with an iron fist, but the backstory is we had this room several weeks full with people that had come in with concerns about certain properties where the first cases of China white heroin were busted in the county. The same property had unpermitted accessory dwellings that caught on fire, resulting in death, and ongoing child pornography investigations, all on the same property. And they were screaming, the public was saying, you know, is the county going to enforce the land use code or allow this kind of stuff to keep happening? And that's just the background of basically what kicked that off.
And so I think, Shaq, certainly that is correct. We did have those complaints and those people come to us. I think what's really important to understand is when we look at land use code enforcement, we have to enforce equally. So I don't want to create any illusion that we're just enforcing against certain kinds of properties and not others. You know, certainly there are certain properties that are more in violation of the land use code than other properties, and I think that we're trying to prioritize those. But ultimately, the land use code applies to everybody, and so I think it's really important that that we're clear there. when we choose these cases. I mean, ultimately, we can choose properties that are in significant lack of compliance.
I think that's a good way to put it, is we were prioritizing it. So when, and Shaq is correct, the first of the year, this room was full for a significant amount of meetings, complaining about where these activities were taking place, and it's shown on the record that the sheriff's department's responding to them, the fire departments are responding to them of the activities that are taking place on these properties, looking at them then through land use. It's a priority. Not that we're not looking at it and being equal with all of the land use as far as enforcement, but I think there is a priority of what we kind of had a goal to prioritize and then to move down.
And I think that the properties that we prioritized were properties that had really significant land use violations. I mean, I think what everybody needs to understand is, there is a law enforcement mechanism, there is a district attorney that can, crack down on crime on certain properties, and that's not what the land use code is for. That being said, there are certain properties that we certainly have prioritized that are very out of compliance. I mean, we're talking on one property in particular, probably upwards of 4 or 5 dwellings that are being resided in. I mean, just a ton of people, a ton of traffic in and out, no sewage systems, a ton of trash, those sorts of things.
Questions, comments?
What I'm really interested in, and I don't know, just driving around, as much as I drive around the county and every place else, it seems to me like we've got a ton of these little houses, and there's a whole bunch of them on the same lot. I mean, some places there's 4 and 5 of them on the same lot as the house. The house is still there. There's 4 or 5 of these little houses on there, and there's people living in them.
We're actually seeing the exact same thing. Is why we're trying to, there's been a lot of them come forward or actually brought to us, not necessarily came forward to go through the process. And it's because the public, the neighbors and the surrounding area, they're like, look, this is one, it poses a health hazard, and 2 of the activities that Shaq had mentioned, basically that are illegal going on within these types of pocket communities. So that's what our focus is, and like Ian said, that we are implementing the land use code equally. Out of compliance is still out of compliance, and as they get brought forward, we're trying to prioritize how we move them forward. Everybody's being sent letters, and hopefully they'll comply and move them forward on their own. But you're right, as you drive around, you can see a lot of the activity that we're talking about that's taking place.
You got a lot of letters to send.
Yeah, we're not driving around looking yet. We get notified plenty.
We don't even have to drive around, and they're just coming to us because I guess.
Well, I think the thing that needs to be emphasized is, it certainly has been a priority of this commission to bring those properties into compliance, and there's a lot of properties, and civil litigation is not quick. It's time consuming, and so we're going to continue to work, with the goal of ultimately bringing every property into compliance with the land use code.
The other item we've seen starting last year was with a lot of outsiders coming in and buying up properties. Now they've decided they've got all this extra land. Let's set up tent sites, campsites, RV sites, and they don't come through the planning office. They don't get permitted for it. So I've been contacting a lot of these, mostly just to let them know that there is a requirement, there is a permitting process, if you want to continue it, you have to go through the process. You can't just have 15 people camp on your land every night. I mean, I don't know how many websites there are to try and advertise and bring people in, but the more you click on them, the more you find, and it's going to be a process. But if we can get the word out that you can't just do that on your own, that there is a process, you have to be permitted for it, then the better we'll be. But most of these people don't even know there's a land use code, doesn't exist, so.
And that there are requirements and
It's an
regulations.
Yeah, it's an education process as much as making sure they get into compliance, because some of them are, like you say, there may be 4 or 5 cabins, little houses, RVs or whatever that just show up and becomes a daily activity.
And so one final thing to talk about in regards to these land use issues, we do have an active land use case down on Road 21. There has been a lot of progress to get that property cleaned up. We are set for trial the 24th of February in county court. That trial's prepared to move forward. I'm prepared to move forward if that's what you guys want to do. The situation that we're in at this point, the vast majority of the trash on that property has been cleaned up. Don can certainly speak to that as well. That was one of the reasons that we brought that land use issue. There were setback issues. There were a lot of outbuildings that were being used as residences that were right along the property lines. That issue has been solved, and the setback issues have been taken care of. There were also several motor homes and trailers that were on that property that were being used as residences beyond the limits imposed by the land use code. At this point, what we've got on that property is we do not have perfect compliance. We've got a fifth wheel trailer that's being used as a residence by the caretaker of the property. We've got a motor home that's being utilized as a residence at this point in time. And then we've got a trailer house that is attached to a septic tank that's in essence being remodeled. My understanding is it's such a significant mess in there that they're doing quite a bit of work to try to get that up and running. I think there may be somebody residing in that right now, but the plan is certainly for that not to continue. I have had discussions with the property owner and the individual who's in essence renting this property. The individual who's renting the property he's indicated to me that he's gotten a job as a truck driver, and he'll be vacating the property no later than March 1st. He's issued notices to the one remaining individual on there that the motorhome has to be out of there by March 1st. And so if everything goes according to plan, he will be within the land use code's limits or restrictions by March 1st. That would leave him with the central trailer house that's being remodeled, plus the one accessory residence, which would be the fifth wheel that the caretaker will move into once he vacates. So, at this point, I guess we need a decision from the commission as to how we want to move forward. Certainly, Don, feel free to weigh in with your recommendation. I mean, my take at this point is, that the vast majority of the issues have been taken care of. The one remaining issue is to get that one motor home off the property. And my understanding is that's going to happen by March 1st. I think your options at this point are we can move forward with that trial. I think strictly speaking, as it sits right now, we don't have strict compliance with the land use code. It certainly has been indicated to us, and I have no reason to doubt it based on the progress that's been made that this last little issue is going to be cleaned up. And so, the other option is to dismiss the case at this point. I guess a third option would be to look at continuing it one more time. I think it's difficult because our courts are so backed up right now. My preference would be that we either move forward with the trial in the third week of February, or we continue, or we dismiss this thing at this point, with the understanding that, if that mobile home's not moved or that motor home's not moved by March 1st, then at that point, I think we perhaps go the criminal route and go that way with it if you guys want to. But ultimately, you know, when we look at properties in the county, that property at this point is pretty dang clean. Don, what are your
And,
thoughts?
If you don't mind my interjecting, commissioners, I would say, just from an opinion piece from me, that having been out there multiple times myself, that we've seen enough good faith effort to believe that if the lawsuit were dropped, they're going to move that last remaining fifth wheel anyway.
And
Yeah, I
just
mean,
for-
we started with 17 trailers, they're down to
I was gonna say, I thought it was-
2 plus the mobile, so
Yeah.
it's been a work in process, but they've made progress.
So basically, it was an RV park with no facilities.
Well, I think an RV park would be a kind way of describing it. It wasn't like the RV park we see over on 145.
Okay, it's a kind way of saying that it was kind of so we don't have to make that decision today. You can think about that for a little while.
Commissioner,
You-
I think
Or
we
do you
don't have to,
want
we
that
don't have to
decision?
make that decision today, but I think that I need some direction pretty quick here because we do have a trial in 3 weeks and that court date is set.
I didn't touch it.
I mean, we don't necessarily need to do it by motion. I just need direction from the board as to how you want me to move forward.
I personally think we could dismiss this and open up that court date, given the amount of problems that they do have out at the court at this time. And on the good faith, I mean, we've whittled it down, and we can always pick it back up.
We can, and you know, when we talk about land use issues in the county, I mean, I think prioritization has always been a key, and certainly, you know, if the board does elect to go the route of dismissing this at this point on the assumption that motorhome's going to move out by March 1st, we can pick up another land use issue that's probably of a higher priority.
I think with the assumption of letting them know that the dismissal will take place as long as you make sure that you do bring it into 100% compliance, like you said, within a week of that court date. I think they have made good effort. They have significantly reduced what's on that property, so that they're actually working toward it.
So I think what the landowners told me is that given the nature of the folks who are living in that motorhome and wanting to give them a month notice, he said March 1st is the day that the motorhome's going to be moved out of there. Our court date's on the 24th of February. And so, I mean, as far as the case goes, we've either got to be ready to roll come February 24th, or we've got to give the court some notice at this point. And I mean, and if the commission decides that we want to dismiss it, I'll file a motion to dismiss this week to get the court notice. You know, what I would suggest is if we do want to go the dismissal route, that, you know, what I would certainly tell the landowner is, listen, you know, the understanding is that motorhome's moving on March 1st. If it doesn't move, you know, you're going to have another court case brought, and this time there's not going to be any kind of a dismissal. We're going to roll it through with full penalties, including not only the civil remedies in terms of the fines, but criminal remedies as well.
I know it's kind of tough for you, and I apologize, but we've been dealing with this one here for
Since April of last year.
since April of last year. It's been a long time.
Not the court case, but the
But
issue.
the property.
Yeah, yeah.
that was the first notification to them, it was in April.
But progress has been steadily being made all this time.
Absolutely.
Significant progress.
He's done what
Yeah.
he said he would do.
He has.
Since you got some compliance out of him, he's been
Well,
Mhm.
coming along all the time.
Quite a bit of
well,
compliance.
in the beginning, there was kind of a disconnect because the property owner is not the one occupying the property. It was being rented by,
Yeah, it's a lease purchase type.
so
The property
Scenario.
owner was being taken advantage of.
correct, which is really is a bad deal because everything that we're doing is going through the property owner, and he's like, well, wait, I don't even know what's going on down there. And I'm like, well, you better go look because you're grossly out of compliance. So he himself, the property owner, has been, I would say, has been working well with us to try and get it cleaned up, and that just means he's having to take care of the issue of his rent or lease or whatever you would call him. So I'm personally, I think that I'm okay with dismissing this one. I think Commissioner Lindsay is also, because we've been dealing with this for so long. As long as he finishes like he says that he will, and I think he will. I truly do. I think he will.
And I think if you look at the property from where it was compared to where it is now, I mean, it's a substantial difference. And I think the other piece is, it's certainly not 100% compliant with the land use code. The assumption is that that's going to happen by March 1st. But if you were driving by that property at this point in time,
No longer
you
high
wouldn't look
priority.
twice. You wouldn't, and it certainly wasn't that way before.
I personally, I don't have any problem dismissing it.
Okay.
Trying to get into
Yeah.
compliance and working at it, I don't have any problem with that.
Okay,
I think you have your direction then.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right. Anything else that we've forgotten?
I think
You
that-
know, commissioners, oh, go ahead, Don.
I was just gonna say that pretty much covers most of our main topics.
I was going to say that I started putting this agenda together before we knew what was going to happen last Thursday night. I think the Ironwood update, unless there's anything anyone has to add, has been thoroughly covered, as well as the Mancus gravel pit discussion.
Yeah, I think I covered Ironwood during my presentation at this point in terms of getting that pile cleaned up. I'm hoping to hear from CDPHE any day. Again, I sent them a pretty detailed, pretty long letter, and they indicated they were going to staff that internally with the supervisor up in Denver and get back to us with an answer.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, we do need to hit the NCA, but they're not. Probably going to stick around for that part.
We need that guy.
No? Okay. All right. So, the NCA discussion, we've had several conversations with Dolores County, San Miguel County. Oh my gosh, this has been going on for quite a while also. They basically have asked us to join back with them, Montezuma County apparently in 2017. Correct me if I state anything incorrect. To walk away from the NCA with the present state of the environment of what we have nationally. The fear is if we don't establish an NCA, that this could immediately be turned into a monument with the stroke of a pen from Washington.
Well, a wild and scenic.
And or wild and scenic. So without this, as far as a protection for land use and the water, it's a concern of Montezuma County. So we have had several meetings with, again, like I said, Dolores County and San Miguel County to try and move this forward. Dolores Water Conservancy District is still at the table. Their attorney our last meeting, which was 2 weeks ago, is just hung up on some language, and the language that he's really hung up on are the terms unreasonably diminished as far as water goes, and I think it's more in pertaining to if one that they talk about is Plateau Creek is ever developed, if it's ever developed, and they're not able to release water down the river for a period of time. What does the term unreasonably diminished really mean for the fish on the lower side of that Dolores River? In Montezuma County, we only have about 7 miles. In our county, it affects Dolores County much more significantly, and along with San Miguel County, but we do have the water. So the key here is that we have all the water in Montezuma County, and everybody else has the river. Montrose County is basically in a canyon. They have said, hey, we're going to stay out of it because when it gets all the way to Montrose County, I mean, you're you're on cliffs and there's nothing that you can really do there other than go down the river to navigate that. So I'm gonna let Attorney McLaren talk a little bit more about the language because it seems like we're just hung up on a few terms right now.
Yep.
As far as language, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, so I think,
And if I could just interrupt 1 second, Ian, I do want to let Commissioner Copenhaver know that it's recorded in the minutes from December 21st that the board moved to rejoin the NCA conversation, and that was seconded and carried.
So since Montezuma County moved back to the table, I think there have been really a couple different issues that have been discussed and at the forefront of the discussions. The first was there was language in the bill that talked about defining different sizes of the project, so large-scale projects versus small projects, and what those definitions and which projects would be exempted versus which wouldn't. I think since we entered the discussion, I think there's been a consensus amongst most of the players there that those definitions defining large-scale versus small-scale projects really isn't necessary. Rather, I think that there's a general consensus that there's going to be reliance on this language of projects will not be allowed that unreasonably diminish flows, downstream flows. Unreasonably diminished is a pretty well-defined term, not necessarily in the draft bill that's been presented, but is pretty well defined in water law itself. There's a lot of case precedent. And so I think the hope from a lot of the players, and certainly I think from Montezuma County, is to take that unreasonably diminished language that's in the court case and translate it and put it right in the bill so it's right there. So we're not relying on case precedent that interprets other issues, but rather here it is, here it's in the bill, unreasonably diminished. That's what we're going to go on. I think at our last meeting, the Dolores Water Conservation District, DWCD, their biggest concern was making sure that that this language and the unreasonably diminished standard would not preclude the exercise of present existing water rights, specifically Plateau Creek. I think that from DWCD's perspective, it's very, very important to protect present existing rights and not encroach on those presently existing rights. I think from the perspective of some of the environmental groups that were present at the last meeting we were at, their thought is that they don't want that strict limitation. They feel like there's a huge concession being made by agreeing to not pursue a wild and scenic designation along the lower Dolores. And so I think that's where it was left. The attorney representing DWCD was very insistent on specific language protecting present existing rights. And so I think that's where it was left. And ultimately, that's where we are. We do have a meeting coming up next week.
I think it's Friday.
And I did provide for you, Commissioner, a printed copy of the NCA. I'm happy to send it to you electronically also if you prefer.
Yeah, so our next meeting is at 1:00 on this Friday by Zoom. And Commissioner Copenhaver, I can certainly send you a link, and Commissioner Lindsay as well. I don't know if you guys all want to attend. If you do, we should probably public notice it, but Commissioner Candelaria and I have been the ones who have been attending, and so I think really what's going to be talked about specifically, as I understood it, this Friday was the present existing water rights and that issue specifically.
Correct. So, as far as the land use, and I just briefly spoke about this. So with the NCA, the development can still take place down there. So if we have any extraction that needs to take place or any kind of development, the NCA would allow us to do it. The way it's being managed right now under wild and scenic, I mean, you can see what's happened down there in the last 20 years. There's nothing down there. Even the campgrounds and the sites that were put in past have been closed, which James is gonna talk about that just a little bit here in a minute, as far as the campsites that we actually work with Dolores County to take care of, so that they're still open for day use recreation. But if this is established in this way, the land use of it protects us pretty well. I think it's more the discussion of everybody's comfortable with the land use component of it. It's just those few issues with water, because Montezuma County holds all the water.
Well, and I think the other thing that I would note, and I think it's important to keep in mind, is, if Montezuma County puts its support behind this NCA bill, the bill's still got to go to Washington. And what comes out of Washington could ultimately be different than what we send to Washington. So that's one thing to think about. Another thing to think about is, if the NCA is approved and gets through the approval process, ultimately that the next step will be developing a management plan, and that takes several years. What's in that management plan is going to be really critical to how the Lower Dolores is managed, both water and land use. And so, I think there's a couple different facets to this. Certainly we want to, if we decide to support this, we want this to be the best possible product that it can be. And then if it does pass in Washington, certainly it's very important for us to be very active in the development of a management plan that's going to be suitable and advantageous for Montezuma County.
What was the issue we had with these before? I mean, they've written this up before, and every time they'd go back there and they'd come back and they'd change it. They would change it to the point where it was unacceptable.
Yep.
And I know they sent at least 3 drafts back to us, and every time they'd change something in there that we could not agree on in that Lower Dolores working group. We couldn't, it just wouldn't fly. Whether it was on our side or the environmental side, it changed something every time.
Well, and I think at least what I took out of the last meeting was that, DWCD was very insistent on their view that present existing water rights have to be protected. That seemed like a non-negotiable for DWCD, and that certainly, makes some degree of sense when you think about a present existing right and what that means. So I think that's right now that's going to be the question, whether we can get those protections in place. And
To us, that's almost everything. Without those protections, we could lose our water.
Well, and I think the big question is the language,
Yeah.
because as it's written now, I don't think it's a guarantee that present existing water rights would be in jeopardy, but at the same time, it would be something that would have to be litigated. And that's the sticking point. I think DWCD wants it very well spelled out, and that was my takeaway.
That's correct. And then the other component, again, is the fear of, okay, if they just, with the stroke of a pen in Washington, which they can do, create a monument down there, then we don't have any say, we're out.
Well, that was always a driving factor. When we were working on this thing that whole time during Obama's era, we were afraid they were going to do that at any time during that whole time, but we kept working on that thing all the time to try to prevent that from happening. And I don't know how many hours, days I spent on that group. A lot. A lot of meetings for hours and hours. And over, I'm sure it's probably at least 3 years that we worked on this thing, developing this. And when I read it, it's not a heck of a lot different than what we finished up as. Because our main priority was just getting that wild and scenic off of there and getting rid of those outstanding remarkable values. Because that's what we felt the danger was to our water rights, was if one of those actually gets listed as an endangered species and it's an outstanding, remarkable value there, they're gonna, and if water is the thing that makes it recover,
Then the flows are
they're gonna
gonna,
come after the flow of water that they require to do that. That was our driving force to get that wild and scenic off of there. And I haven't read this, so I don't know what it says in here now about as far as removing all the wild and scenic off of it, but.
it would basically be managed, and correct me again if I'm wrong, but if we accept it with us coming to the table as an NCA, it does remove the wild and scenic and/or a monument. So the wild and scenic would no longer be on the table.
Really the meat of wild and scenic would be removed. The remaining piece of the wild and scenic is that unreasonably diminished language. And so it's removing a lot of the pieces that could come out of wild and scenic, but there is still that provision that projects shall not unreasonably diminish the downstream flows.
So I guess the real question that I don't understand, and I don't know that anybody will be able to give me a suitable answer, but while the group that would normally push for wild and scenic holds all the political power both within the state and federal government, why are they at the negotiating table?
I would say because Dolores County, this has been going on for what, over a decade, basically, is what they said to us. So now that they have two different political parties from San Miguel County and Dolores County working on this collectively, it sounds like, okay, and Diana DeGette is now somewhat staying out of this, as far as what I can see, because her big push is wilderness areas, which this is not a wilderness area. However, some of it would comply with the wilderness area. Since they're working together, they're willing to see if we can come up with an NCA agreement or not, because Dolores County is obviously on the other side of the table than San Miguel County. So I really don't know, but it's been over a decade for sure, I think.
Jack, I think the main driving force to begin with was the fact that whenever they designated this as suitable for wild and scenic, when they did the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act, it was one of the 5 rivers they named. But they found that it was suitable, but it was not, they never would take it on to do anything else with it, because it has to go on to Congress and it has to be designated as wild and scenic in that way. Otherwise, I think our governor can actually take it back as far as trying to make it into wild and scenic. But the thing with wild and scenic, it's a quarter of a mile from that river. That's all it takes in on each side of the river. And the water rights are so junior, I mean, it's not any different than what they have now with their in-stream flow type situation. That project was one of the first ones, well, it's the only one I know of that actually had an environmental pool of water for these fish to begin with. I don't think that there's any other project in the West that was done that has an environmental pool of water in it. It was the first one. But I think the fact that they never thought they could get it past the suitability point of it, where it would ever get actually designated as wild and scenic. That was the driving force for them to try to get something else that was bigger and wider and still protect the canyon. Basically, is what they didn't, the development in the canyon is what they were worried about. But the fact that it only protected a quarter mile from the river was what they did. They wanted a bigger area, more space, protected in some way. That was their driving force. I can fairly well speak to that fact. That was their driving force, and the fact that they never thought they could ever get it designated as a wild and scenic river. There's too much opposition to that.
That makes sense. Thank you.
But these things were the problem, because every time we'd send them back there, they'd come back changed. Or this thing would have probably been done
10 years ago.
Time ago.
Yeah.
It actually probably would have been done a long time ago. We had some issues. I mean, there was issues with a lot of different things there. Because there's actually there's actually a stream that comes off of those sows and comes down and comes clear back down into Dolores. They were wanting to designate that stream as a wild and scenic designation as part of this whole thing. And I don't know, and back when Montrose was in with us on this thing, they were actually, where their wilderness study area is, where you're talking about, the river's only in the canyon, they were wanting to give up, letting them make that wilderness, to change it from not just a study area, but actually wilderness, because they've been managing it as wilderness anyway for all these years. So they were gonna let them just designate it as a wilderness area as part of this whole process. And then they were gonna get some other land up by Montrose that they wanted for recreation released to where they could actually use it for recreation stuff. That was back when Montrose was actually involved in the process. All of that was all part of this at one time. And as far as I know, they're out of it, aren't they?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Montrose
They are.
Yeah.
said they don't, as long as it's talking about that canyon within their county, they don't, there's nothing there for them development-wise or
Well, and
other.
Yeah, because almost every bit of theirs is in this wilderness study.
Yeah,
area.
it
So
is.
There was no gain or loss to them either way, no matter what happens here. And so really, it was better for them if it would've went through before, because they were actually getting some, and I don't know exactly where it's at, but up there closer to Montrose, they had a place where people had actually recreated a lot,
Mhm.
and they had taken it all back away. They couldn't go in there anymore. And they were gonna get that released where they could use it back again. But all of that obviously fell apart.
Yeah.
And, I'm sure all of you are aware too that Montezuma Valley Aviation Company walked away from this. They voted for us as a board member of that water company to not be involved in it anymore. We can do whatever we want to individually, but as a company, we had to walk away from it. And we have not been engaged in it. And the whole thing with them was the fear of not being able to do any more water projects or anything else. Like
Plateau Creek
DWCD,
or DWC,
basically
yeah.
what DWCD's worried about.
Okay. Well, actually, I'll give you that link, so you might go ahead and just publicly advertise that we might both be, it's all virtual anyway, so you can do it from your home. But there is another meeting Friday at 1 o'clock, like you said, Ian.
And we're always happy to set up the Zoom from somewhere here in the building too, if needed.
Yeah, sometimes it's kind of helpful if we're all together. I mean,
Yeah.
it's certainly, I don't know what your guys' schedule permits, but if we're all in a room and we've got the Zoom up, we can talk amongst ourselves too.
That's how
That's
Dolores
often how Dolores County
County is meeting
participates.
all collectively, so that if there's any discussion, it's all in an open meeting. But anyway, yeah, that's, if you want to just kind of write it down now, it's Friday, 1 o'clock.
Jim, did you have anything that you wanted to add? I know you have a lot of knowledge in this area too, and
Well, I think the commissioners have got this under control, and I share a lot of the same concerns everybody else does here, I think, we promised that, wild and scenic would be taken off the table, all that part of the deal, and yet, you still have that one element that's left, which means that if you include taken off the table. I mean, that chapped my eye a bit, but, a lot of things about this whole process is.
Well, one of the concerns that I have is the wilderness study area over on Menifee Mountain. That was supposed to have been taken off the table after a 5-year study. And that still exists today.
40 years
and
later.
We met 2 years ago, 3 years on top of that mountain with Diana DeGette, who is pushing it just as hard today. And it doesn't even comply for a wilderness area. It's still under a WSA and it should be gone. The WSA should be totally gone, and it's 30 years down the road, 40 years down the road, and it still exists. So, I don't know, I have concerns over it just because even though they say something is supposed to be off the table, when is it ever off the table? I mean, that was 40 years ago, and it didn't meet any of the criteria then, doesn't meet the criteria now, but they're still pushing it that it should be a wilderness area. So keep the WSA there to make it a WA. I don't know.
The whole process has been frustrating.
It's frustrating, to say the least. All right. Good? Okay.
One thing I will throw in there though, just, you know, we went through this whole process too with the canyon agents out here, and they were proposed NCA and stuff were out there. And I think if we would have actually stuck to that and went that way, at least there would have been a council and some say about it. We have nothing to say about it now. And that's why we're trying to go with an NCA down there on that lower Dolores, because then you can actually have some say about how it's managed and the management plan. But if they put a monument on it,
We don't have anything. We have nothing to say in that there
and
again.
looking
is a-
back on it, that happened all because of infighting right here in this county.
I was right in the middle of that.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, I mean,
Yeah.
wouldn't you agree with what I'm
Oh,
saying
yes,
here?
I would.
I mean, it actually, if we wouldn't have got to infighting about doing it, because a lot of people didn't want anything.
Yeah.
They were gonna do something. You know, there was no doubt that something was gonna get done. And the infighting between people right here in this area caused them to just, boom,
And
monument.
now we have the
done.
monument,
And we have the monument.
and we have nothing.
And I mean,
Well, and the BLM is buying up more private parcels within that monument.
So you obviously see the conundrum that we're in.
yeah.
I can say I was not involved in the middle of that.
Oh, I was.
So, just for the record,
I know the kind of fighting that went on. I shouldn't
I
say
was
fighting,
too young.
discussions.
Yeah, there was some serious discussions.
You know, my preference,
Discussions and some
Well,
cussing.
we were so busy fighting that they just went ahead and did it. And
Yeah, that's what happened. I mean, the infighting was going on here so much that they just, boom.
and you know, my preference would be for the three of you to just get along so well that you solve over all the overreach from DC. If you guys would solve that, I'd be happy.
We'll
So
see
I
what
have a
we can do
second
about
on
it.
that.
we're working on it.
Yeah.
We're working on
You may not like the way we solved it.
Solved is solved.
it. Okay, gentlemen, I have one last thing, is we still have to make a decision on our grant writer. We kind of moved it down the agenda from this morning. And Commissioner Copenhaver, I know it's, so you guys have to understand, we're feeding him a lot of information in a very short period of time that we're,
We backed up the tanker and opened the dump valve.
He's sipping off a fire hose.
you have had the opportunity now to read the applications that we received and the resumes, and we have 3 to choose from, because obviously, as I stated earlier, the fourth one has pulled her application. So, I guess, Shaq, I'll turn it over to you.
My recommendation, then, with those, all of the references checked out, I would recommend to go with Nicole Glazer, however you pronounce the last name,
Glasser,
for
I
a
think
grant
is what
writer.
she said.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you, Commissioner Copenhaver, I mean, we went through the process of interviewing them all. Do you have any questions for us?
I guess she responded to being able to come down here whenever she needed to. and everything,
Yes.
Even though she's living in Delta.
Yes.
And she has a piece of property, the way I understand it, within the municipality of Dolores, and though she would need to work some remotely, would also be here to be present.
The beauty of a grant writer in today's world and the virtual world is we can meet with her one-on-one and she doesn't have to move anywhere. So, but that is for anybody also. And most of their work is remote, primarily on a computer and doing their research. Now, obviously, they're going to have some research that is going to require staff's information, but she did interview very well. Anything you'd like to add?
No. I would so move we hire Michelle Glasser as our grant writer.
Nicole?
Nicole, I'm sorry. I got too many on my head today.
I would second that motion.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to hire Nicole Glasser for our new grant writer. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, with that, Shaq, unless I've missed something off of the agenda, I think we've come to the end of the day. We will have our detention center tour at 4 o'clock. That has been set up with the sheriff, so we've got an hour before we go out there, but we will be going to the jail. in an hour.
And I think we agreed that we'll all go separately so that we can
Yeah.
split up from there. Unless
then
you guys just want to come hang out with me tonight.
End up our day probably at 5 o'clock. It'll take at least an hour to get through the jail.
Yep.
Yep. Motion to adjourn.
Oh, we can't.
Well, it would be a
can't.
recess.
Well, after the jail tour. How's that?
We will move this meeting. We're going to take another 1 hour recess. We'll move it to the jail at 4 o'clock, and we will adjourn from the jail probably around 5 o'clock. All right.
Good enough.
Thank you, guys.